One of the things about Marte, though, he brings a lot more to the ballpark than just the batting average. We saw him win a game here the other night with his glove. So it's not really always about his hitting. It's stuff that he can do if he does get on base, or base on balls, or somebody kicks one. Even if he doesn't get a base hit, he's still maybe our best base stealer. So I hate to see him out of there, but you certainly can understand when he's scuffling with the bat the way he's been of late. Got to get him a day off, get him a little bit of a rest. So Polanco out in left field makes a lot of sense.
And that means Jung Ho Kang will be in the lineup with Josh Harrison moving over to right field.
With Kang becoming such a good player for the Pirates, it really does give them a ton of options. There's all that versatility with Jay. You can move him all over the place, but you can come up now with all sorts of lineup combinations because of that.
Jay Burnett takes the hill. Jung Ho Kang heads out to third base as the Pirates try and take this series before welcoming in the Atlanta Braves. Gregory Polanco moving over to left field. We'll check out the Cincinnati Reds lineup, brought to you by Honda. They are 33 and 37 on the year. Brian Price is their skipper. Brandon Phillips, Joey Votto 1-2. Todd Frazier 4 out of 17 in his career against A.J. Burnett with a pair of home runs. Marlon Byrd hit a home run, drove in 3 last night. He hits cleanup. Switch hitting catcher Brian Pena. Eugenio Suarez is the shortstop. He's had a pretty good series. Skip Schumacher is in right field because Jay Bruce has awful career numbers against A.J. Burnett. Brian Price bats his pitcher 8, Anthony DeSclafani, and then Billy Hamilton rounds out the starting 9. Brandon Phillips missed the game last night. He's had a thumb issue. Looked like he re-aggravated it the other night. So the All-Star second baseman will be in there against A.J. Burnett.
Take a look at A.J.'s numbers, brought to you by Hyundai. Well, one of the things that A.J. was able to do, even though he gave up 14 hits in his last start, he really was able to minimize the damage earned run-wise. So his ERA still an excellent 2.05. If you look at the box score of his outing, you wouldn't think, well, he was the worst game of the year. Well, in a way it was, but in another way to look at it, yeah, he really he did a great job of keeping the Pirates in the ball game, even though he had his worst command of the season by far.
14 hits in 6 2/3 innings, but just 4 runs and only 1 walk and 7 strikeouts. The defense behind A.J. Burnett, brought to you by Honda. Jay Hay out in right, Andrew McCutchen in center, Gregory Polanco, we talked about it, left, Jung Ho Kang, Pedro Alvarez on the corners, Jordy Mercer, Neil Walker up the middle with Francisco Cervelli doing the catching. And Burnett will face the Reds for the 19th time in his career. Brandon Phillips, a 303 lifetime average versus Burnett. He was 2 for 5 on Tuesday. Brandon Phillips was kind of loosening up the swinging the bat, practice swings at pendulum style as the pitch was coming in, so he had no intention of swinging at the first pitch. He'll swing at this one, and it's 0-2.
Yeah, first 2 fastballs right on that outside corner. That's where A.J. basically is camped out all year long. He's been so good with that. And that's what I'd like to see him get back to tonight. Look at the first 2. LBB Mason strike zone, giving us a good look at where those 2 pitches were located. No reason to throw the 0-2 pitch on the plate. Throw that off there a little bit. Never know. Might get a chase at it.
Breaking ball, bounce to Kang. Oh, he stumbles. He can't keep his balance, and that jars the ball out of his glove.
It looked like he had it maybe in his bare hand and it came out, Greg. Did he already make the change? No, he didn't. He never really got a hold of it. It was kind of fumbling around in that bare hand.
And That will be an error on Gong. And here's Joey Votto. And Phillips takes off right away. Throw is late. And a stolen base for Brandon Phillips, his 9th in 10 attempts.
One of the things, it's just about a story every game with AJ. If he does get a lot of runners, is wow, that was really close. Really close.
They didn't call timeout there. Strike.
That's the play. The play at second base on the steal attempts. That's what we've seen looked at so many times in the last couple of nights.
Involving Gregory Polanco. Votto will move Phillips to third.
Playing a little small ball right off the bat. Get on with the air, you steal second, move them over with the ground ball, put themselves in an opportunity they can score a run without the use of a base hit. Wow, how'd he get that on the ground? It was up above the letters. Somehow got on top of it.
Infield will come in with one out, a runner at third base. Todd Frazier at the plate.
In past years, this is where AJ's been so good with the strikeout pitch. Gets a guy at third with less than 2 outs. Not as easy as it used to be, though, because he doesn't have that really overpowering fastball that he had in his younger years.
Two and 0 on Frazier.
Popping him pretty good, though. That last one, 93. That's up there around the high mark, I think, now for AJ. His average velocity we saw earlier on that graphic, just about 91.
2 and 1 on Frazier.
Watch the movement on this two-seam fastball, Greg. The way it dips down right there. Just maybe an inch or so sliding underneath the bat.
When you can see that kind of movement on the Allegheny Health Network Supermo, it's pretty impressive.
Everything we see in that Supermo is impressive.
Two and 2, so he's got the 2 strikes now. An opportunity.
Hasn't hooked him yet. I remember last night's first inning, a real good breaking ball down and away, and Frazier just kind of poked it out toward right field for a base hit. And I wonder if AJ's kind of thinking about that. Maybe that's why he hasn't thrown that hook yet.
A great piece of hitting.
Well, that was a slider last night for Cole. Try and go away.
And a liner in the center field. Frazier makes it 1-0. A bullet to center.
Stayed away from the curveball. Maybe they were going to try and go with that curveball. Francisco set up outside. The ball changes direction fast, doesn't it?
Wow. That's 50 ribbies for Todd Frazier now in the year. Came in 5th in the league.
I wonder if they'll put some kind of a sensor inside a baseball someday to measure the G forces when the ball comes back out exactly back through the middle like that. That's got to be pretty amazing. And you can see also on the slow-mo the way the wooden bat will bend back a little bit. The baseball kind of flattens on one side as it makes contact. So you feel those things in your hand when you're just holding them. You wouldn't think that they would deform as much as they do, but that's the forces that are involved. You're throwing it at 90 and it's coming back out at 100.
Now the Reds get another first inning run to this point. It's unearned, and we talk about two issues: giving up the early runs in this particular stretch of games, but also an area that has been inconsistent for the Pirates, and that's that defense.
Pirates have made some great, spectacular defensive plays this year. You know, really have a lot of wow factor, but at the same time, Greg, I'm with you. They're very inconsistent as far as sometimes making the everyday plays. And you got to have that, especially when you're trying to live by your pitching. And that's been the story, really. There's been some stretches where the bats have really pitched in and done a great job, but for the most part, this season's been all about that starting rotation and the bullpen also.
Talking about the wow factor, the Marte defensive plays the other night.
Yep.
Well, today, Bob Nightingale of the USA Today had a story about A.J. Burnett entitled "Pirates Hope A.J. Burnett's Farewell Tour Includes All-Star Turn." Hope you got a chance to read it. A really good story about this long career. And a line drive base hit into right. Just a soft liner, as it turns out, but enough to get over the head of Walker. And it's back-to-back singles.
This really kind of reminds me of the ball that Frazier hit last night. There's that breaking ball going down and away.
Wow.
It's off the plate. It's not a strike. And it's also off the very end of the bat. But for a hit.
Going the other way.
I mean, all you can really do as a pitcher is take the sting out of it. And if you do that consistently, then it sometimes is up to the baseball gods to where that ball is going to land, where it's going to head.
Switch hitting catcher Brian Pena. It's foul. Pena bats .325 from this left side of the plate. First two games of the series, we saw Tucker Barnhart catch for Cincinnati. Barnhart had 3 hits last night. One ball, one strike on Brian Pena. Leadoff error by Jung-Ho Kang on the Brandon Phillips bouncer. For Kang, his 7th error of the year. Phillips stole second, moved to third on a ground out with the infield in. Frazier lined the ball into center. 2-2. Seven miscues for Kang, but a little bit deceiving. He's been an above average, especially third baseman. Has made some strong plays at shortstop. Bounce to Alvarez. There's one, and they don't get two. Burnett trying to search for the bag.
That was a nice throw by Pedro.
Yeah.
It really got rid of it quickly. It had something on it. Right over the second base bag. If you don't get that first throw on target, then that really puts the end to any kind of a double play chance. It looked like AJ's foot slipped off the. No, he just searched. He didn't know where he was. I thought that it kind of slipped off at first, but in that last look, he was nowhere near it.
Well, every little positive play that Pedro Alvarez makes is important. And that will go a long way toward, if not ridding him of that issue with the throws, at least helping him feel better about himself, because it, as some have said, it's an issue that may never completely go away. 0-1 on Suarez. Four hits in the series for Eugenio Suarez, taking over at shortstop for the injured Zach Cozart. Gets the strikeout. An unearned run crosses the plate after a half-inning. Cincy up by a run. Starting lineup: Josh Harrison in the leadoff spot. Then it's Gregory Polanco and Andrew McCutchen. Neil Walker hits cleanup. Jung Ho Kang is in the 5-hole. Pedro Alvarez hits 6th. Bottom third of the order: Cervelli, Mercer, and Burnett. Third time the Pirates have seen Anthony DeSclafani.
You look at those stats, pretty darn good for a rookie. 14 starts and an ERA in the mid-3s. You'd take that every single time for a first-year guy. 82 innings. Came over from Atlanta, right?
The Marlins. And
Marlins.
Matt Lato's deal.
Yeah, well, I mean, Southeast.
That's what you meant. Yeah, that's what you meant.
Yeah.
We understood.
That's why I knew. I said Atlanta, and I went, wait a minute, that's not right.
Yeah.
Somewhere where it's hot and muggy.
Exactly. Yeah. That's all that matters. Just the general vicinity. So, I mean, I got to be exact.
I got the weather right.
Right. That's all that matters.
Yeah.
Josh Harrison takes a strike. Only came to the plate twice last night. 0 for 1 and a sacrifice because the early exit for Garrett Cole. Pirates had to make a double switch and pulled Harrison early as part of a double switch. Mike Leake befuddles the Pirates again. Goes to 5-4 on the year. Hasn't lost to the Pirates since May of 2012. 7-0 in that stretch with an ERA about 3.
Lake against the Buccos and against Cole, he does a great job of the old saying of throw strikes, change speeds, work fast, and his strikes are always on the edge also. He doesn't really give you much to hit.
Speaking of which, how about this strike 3 on the edge?
Right there on the very edge.
DeSclafani follows Mike Leake, who followed the rookie Josh Smith. Johnny Cueto did not pitch the opening game of this series. Instead, he'll pitch tomorrow night for the Reds. And so, with Cueto not pitching in this series, Pirates had to feel like they got a bit of a break. They took advantage of it, getting the win against the rookie Smith. Polanco didn't want to, but did offer. Reds will be playing the Mets in New York starting tomorrow night. The Pirates will be hosting the Braves. Wow. Back-to-back strikeouts looking to start this game. Chris Conroy calls it a called third strike. 7 pitches through 2 batters.
Nothing really in the heart of the strike zone there.
Last night, Ted Barrett behind the plate. He is the crew chief. Strike 1.
You know, speaking of Cueto, Greg, you know, when the ace of the team is getting pushed back and maybe some soreness in the elbow and stuff, that's going to raise a red flag for some prospective buyers if the Cincinnati Reds are in a trading mood. What you think?
You'd think so.
Yeah, it is.
Hit well toward right center field, but Hamilton has a beat on it and makes the catch. A lot of strikes for DeSclafani. Strikes out 2 and gets McCutchen to fly out. Ted Barrett, the Reds manager. What do you think here, Bob?
I don't know. Is that Jay Bell?
Would it be something where he'd say, watch for this with Burnett?
I don't think it would be so public, like right out there at home plate.
Where are you going to go to tell him?
Well, they might have said something to him before the game. Maybe get out there early when you're changing lineup cards. I don't know, but that.
And the fact that Jay Bell was involved there.
I don't know what it could have been. I have no idea.
Possible they saw something in the first inning, and
when Jay got up there, that even just to me added more confusion to it. I don't know. I mean, it looked like a conversation where nobody was upset about anything. Very cordial.
Clint Hurdle didn't seem to be all concerned about it. Well, the Pirates get a call there.
Wow.
Down on strikes goes Schumacher.
When you get one called down there, then you got to swing at him. So AJ took advantage. Came back with one just a little bit lower. Francisco immediately getting down to his knees. There's 2 strikes. He's called a curveball. He knows it's going to bounce, or he's pretty sure it's going to bounce. So he's got to get down there and just let it hit his chest protector. I wonder if catchers, Greg, have to consciously think to themselves, okay, 2 strikes, I got to block the ball now.
Be a good question to ask.
Or have they been catching so many years, so many pitches, so many games that they just don't, it's not something they have to think about. They just
natural.
They know. You know, there it is again. It's an 0-2 pitch. He knows, obviously he knows he's called that curveball. And he's got to stop it just in case there's a swing and a miss on it.
Bounce to second. Walker takes care of the Reds pitcher. Don't miss the Buccos Braves this Saturday at 4:05 start. First 20,000 fans get a Starling Marte bobblehead courtesy of PPG. And the festivities begin on Federal Street with a block party, live entertainment, food, and games. Plus, every fan's a winner on an Eaton Park Scratch and Win Saturday. For tickets, go to Pirates.com. Little game of the series with the Atlanta Braves. Here's Billy Hamilton. Billy Hamilton got the first inning going last night against Garrett Cole. Drew the leadoff walk to start the game. Stole second, stole third, and scored on a Todd Frazier double. The Pirates have not been doing the best job keeping Hamilton off the bases this season. He's hitting .265 against the Pirates. .223 overall this season. He hits just .207 from this left side of the plate.
Very poor on base percentage. We were talking about this last night, Greg, but you know how somebody hits for a low batting average, but you say, well, it's a hard .240. Well, his low on base percentage can be kind of looked at like that because what he does do when he does get on.
John Wayner and I were talking the exact same thing on the radio side. Exactly. He's one of those guys where you can throw the sabermetric numbers out the window because of the stress he causes every time up. And here we go. Especially when he gets on base. And there's no number, I don't think yet, Bob, for those stress type pitches that he forces a guy to throw, or the concentration factor that leaves a pitcher.
Well, you got to come up with some kind of a stat because it has something to do with stress. Well, you need to get the word leverage in there.
Yep, it's a very important.
I don't know what. See, we got to come up with something.
Leverage is a big word last few years now these days. The high leverage instead of high pressure situations. They say the high leverage. Strike. Hamilton with 35 steals to lead the majors. Barrel Automotive League leaders. A.J. Burnett, you wouldn't think would be at the top of this category, but he is. 14 steals, 8 caught.
Yeah, you definitely wouldn't think he'd be up there, but one of the things that I've noticed, and the first time I saw this was with outfielders that don't throw well but getting a lot of assists. They have a lot more opportunities because guys will run on them. Same thing if you're known to be, a guy that will give up a base stealing. Everybody will take off.
Billy Hamilton steals another bag. He's 12 for 12 against the Pirates this season. It's his 5th of this series.
Here's an interesting thing with Hamilton. The times, I know he doesn't get on base very often, but the times he does get on base, how often then does he get into scoring position? Compare that to the average Joe.
Yep.
Always trying to get just another inch, constantly. A little bit more, a little bit more. He's got that front foot goes right to the front of the bag and stays there so that there's no coming off of it. A lot of times you'll see guys, and we've seen Polanco do this, that front foot doesn't go to the front of the bag.
Toward right center field. And over the head of Josh Harrison. It is 2-0 as Brandon Phillips is going for third. And he's there with a triple.
Fastball outside corner. This elevated a little bit, and that's why it got in the air. And Phillips, not as young as he used to be, but showing he's still got some speed, makes it all the way to third. I think everybody was surprised that he took a shot at third base.
Phillips with his first triple in almost 2 years.
Jung Ho made a nice play on that ball. That could have got into the stands if he doesn't handle that ball in the dirt. AJ a little slow getting over there to back that play up, because I don't think he just assumed that it was going to be a double.
Brandon Phillips moments ago. Now 3-0 on Joey Votto. Hamilton, when he came across the plate, not that he had to be full, well, he kind of did have to be full speed because he didn't know what was going to happen at third. He came in very slowly into home plate. Now, whether he aggravated something, some kind of a leg issue.
That's like a pitcher with something wrong with his arm. I mean, that's his game, his legs. Cramp, maybe.
Maybe.
Like a calf, perhaps. Very muggy this afternoon. Got to stay hydrated.
Bounce to Alvarez. And the Reds pick up a run. After 2 were out, Billy Hamilton singled, stole second, scored on the Phillips triple. after they took care of that issue, perhaps a cramp. This is when Hamilton slid into second base on the stolen base. And as we said, when he came around to score, he kind of trotted in, a little bit of a limp there.
I'm with you, Greg. I think it was a cramp. It looked like he was getting the cramp rubbed out. If it had been an ankle or something, I think they would have had the shoe off, and they would have maybe the sock off and been taping that ankle up. Who knows? Looks to be fine now, though.
You know, Walker last night was 1 out of 4, scored a run. Walker, Gong, Alvarez here against DeSclafani, who quickly retired the Pirates in order in the first. Just threw a bunch of strikes, and here he's out in front 0-2. It's not like DeSclafani is this great strike thrower either. 33 walks in 82 innings.
Yeah, that's on the upper edge of where you'd want to be. And I think 3 walks for 9 innings is a good number for a starting pitcher.
Camouflage caps and
matching
with the jerseys. Yep. Line drive down the line in right field, and a foul ball. It's Angel Hernandez over there with a good look.
I know it was close watching Walker. He was running pretty good going down that first baseline, but he was leaning a little bit, trying to keep it fair. Certainly had a chance. He turned on something inside. He's starting to lean a little bit. Water's a little muddy, isn't it?
Yeah. A little high. A ton of rain in June. More rain today, but
might get a little rain on Saturday, it looks like.
Prepared.
Hopefully tonight you can put those rain suits away.
Well, there's some serious looks there in those Bucco fans.
Yeah.
Serious looks.
Nothing going really good right now. You want to see the offense get on track?
There's a look. Get the bats going, score some runs. And there's a start. 10-pitch at bat for Neil Walker. He saw as many pitches as the 3 Pirates did in the entire first inning. Saw the rookie Josh Smith have all kinds of trouble with the strike zone on Tuesday night. Jung Ho Gang from South Korea. Starting to see more South Korean flags around the ballpark. Kong was a part of a double switch last night, was 1 for 3. Didn't start in the game. This is his first start of this series. Deep short. Nice backhand play in the out at second base. Suarez to Phillips.
Man, that was a nice play. Pirates are a little bit of timeout. Whoa. Wow. Close that play was, right?
One out.
Maybe 3 or 4 inches got him by.
Well done by the shortstop. Pedro Alvarez, an RBI. 1 for 4 last night. A run scored. A couple of hits in the series. And he is 3 for 6 with a home run this season against DeStefano. The fans reacting to these strike calls. Alvarez takes a little extra time before getting back in there, but you can see
they're
right
strikes.
there.
Yeah, they're just really good strikes. And there's another one.
Wow.
The old veteran umpire Doug Harvey, remember him?
Yep.
Call that those pitches the Hall of Fame pitches.
Keep that up. Gets you into the Hall of Fame.
Oh, they're Hall of Fame pitches. That's what he'd tell the hitters. Then he'd tell the pitcher, "No, you missed by
that much."
In his day, they didn't have to deal with the strike zone that we have. The umpire's word was the way it was. That one was right there. Call the ball.
Pitch was right there. Is right. Stefani, look at that. Did not get that call.
Yeah, right down the middle.
Oh, whether Pena did something with his glove there, that pitch. That how Conroy wouldn't have called that a strike.
Well, one of the things is he was set off off the plate, so he had to reach back and backhand it.
It took a strike away from his pitcher there.
They got him one with that one.
It's the last pitch.
A slider that maybe came back, caught the inside corner.
And he got that in spite of that reception of that pitch.
So I really don't think that it's too overblown what the catchers do, to be honest with you. The umpires are looking at the flight of the baseball.
Not looking at the
Once
glove
it hits the catcher's glove, I just don't think that there's a little bit to that, but not as much, I think, as
the last few
about.
years it has been such a big deal about pitch framing for these catchers. And it's studied, and Francisco Cervelli supposedly, not to say he's not, but the metrics say that he is one of the best pitch framers.
Well, the thing that they can measure is how many balls get called strikes. You know what I mean, Greg?
Yeah. And how about this? See if this opens the door for the Pirates. Suarez drops a routine ground ball.
Well, Suarez made an error the first night that basically cost them the ball game. They lost 7-6. His error led to 3 unearned runs. And it was a very similar play, routine, except the first night he just threw it away. This one he just muffed. But back to the pitch framing thing. They're measuring how many balls get called strikes.
Yeah.
Now the reason behind that, how do you measure that? Of whether it's the catcher or the pitcher has the good reputation, or the umpire doesn't take into account who the umpire is, right?
It should,
but
it doesn't. You're right. And as much as we say that it's cookie cutter now, still umpires have their certain strike zones.
Because there are, I'm sure, just like there's the pitch framing, there's umpire numbers.
That's right.
That I don't think we get talked about. There's some umpires that call more balls strikes than others.
There's a line drive to right field. That's going to get down. Jordy Mercer. Unfortunately, that's going to cost the Pirates a run. They get one, but the fact that the ball bounced out of play cost them another. Still, it's 2-1 on the Mercer double to right.
And the error does cost them a run. 4 runs now in this series, and maybe a couple more attributed to Suarez and the errors.
Good to see Mercer get rewarded. He had 1 hit last night. He could have 3 or 4 or 5 in this series. How hard he's hit the ball. A.J. Burnett has 2 RBIs this season. Himself the lead. How do you like that, Batman?
Sometimes he just has a little bit of magic, especially in this ballpark.
Burnett with 4 RBIs now this season, a career high for the old man. Garrett Cole.
Still a half season to go.
And stabbed by Votto. So the error indeed opens up a big door. Mercer doubles home 1 and Burnett singles home 2. Ho hum.
Baseball on Root Sports is brought to you by Allegheny Health Network. Health for all. By Kenny Ross, Ask a Neighbor. And by Levin Mattress, located in all Levin furniture showrooms and freestanding stores. Let's go Bucks!
Well, that was pretty wild. Pirates scoring 3, take the lead after 2 were out.
Craig,
ball.
You had to love the bat ear.
Oh, yeah.
Right there at the end, we got to look at him.
Send up the bat signal here with the bat
ears.
There
it is. Bat ears. Right there. I like it. It's going to be our sign for bat ears. I like that. I never really got into this one.
Yeah.
I like the Z. But
yeah.
The bat ears.
Yeah, you like the bat ears.
Oh, that's...
Yeah. You like the bat ears again, Bob? And what's this now?
It's the beak. No, I don't know. I'm not sure what that is, but I love the bat ears.
Point Park University tweets as A.J. Burnett, the first time in his career, has a multi-RBI game. A.J. Burnett fans everywhere.
Magic. He's got himself the lead.
See what he does with it. A story by Bob Nightingale today in the USA Today, talking about how the Pirates are really crossing their fingers, and I'm sure the lobbying has begun to try and get A.J. Burnett into the All-Star game for the first time in his career. They are saving each milestone baseball as he continues to climb the charts. In fact, his 2 tonight now match Sutton Sam McDowell, Pittsburgh native, who had several outstanding years in the big leagues, mainly with the Indians.
Isn't that a great moment, though, A.J. getting up there and knocking in those 2 runs? I mean, think of the thrill here in the stands and everything. It's really something that's kind of special. Too bad they never feel like that in American League City.
It's so true. The things that American League fans miss out on.
Yep.
A great moment here for a big crowd. There's a line drive to right field. And that's a foul ball off of that of Todd Frazier.
Nothing but a foul potato.
But it is true. I mean, not to make light of it. It's factual that the moment that these fans experienced a few moments ago, American League fans don't experience. It's so much fun to see a pitcher deliver like he just did.
Part of the fabric of baseball for over a century.
Yep.
It's part of the game. And yes, I know I'm beating my head against a wall. Be quiet now.
Broken bat bouncer to Gong. 1 out. Day automotive this day in Pirates history. Go back to 1950, June 25th. Pirates beat the Dodgers 16-11. Ralph Kiner, monster day. 5 for 6, hit for the cycle, 2 homers, scores 4, drives in 8. Stan Rojak had 4 hits. Ted Beard added a home run on this day in 1950. It was a big day for power hitters because it was also on this day in 1971 at Veterans Stadium in Philadelphia that Willie Stargell hit one of his titanic monster home runs above the 600 level exit in right field off Jim Bunning. They would mark that with a Stargell star. And of course, Bob, you oftentimes at Veterans Stadium when you pitched, not only that year with the Phillies, but in your career with the Braves and Pirates, when you went to Philadelphia, you talked about that, how you would often look up at that star in amazement.
It was everywhere, though. That one in Philadelphia was incredible to see where that was. I mean, it would be like somebody hitting the ball to hit the top of the rotunda. I mean, that's how amazing it was. But everywhere you went, he had a seat or something marked somewhere. Nope, it wasn't nobody else. It wasn't like, oh, there's where so-and-so hit one. There's where, it was always, there's where Stargell hit it. There's where Stargell hit it. Everywhere you went. really the longest one was that one in the Olympic Stadium in Montreal. I mean, that was just incredible because of the shape of the stadium. It would go so far back behind the fence.
And of course, there were some at Three River Stadium as well. There's a liner out to Polanco. Marlon Byrd is the second out. I love that Richie Hebner, one-time Pirate, said later he went out to that mark in Philadelphia at the Vet and sat down in that seat. He said it looked like a $20 cab ride from there to home plate. Yep. A long way. Captain Willie Stargell. There's Brian Pena. Takes ball one as A.J. Burnett looks for a 1-2-3 inning. We'll put an exclamation point on that 3 spot in the bottom of the second. Burnett helps his own cause, and if he can go out then and put a quick 0 on the board. And Burnett, not able to make the play. Had more time, I think, Bob.
Yep.
Going to go as a base hit.
Probably could have used his glove. Decided to go barehanded. Yeah, he did have some extra time. You could really see there. AJ is known more for his bat, though, than his glove.
That's right. He's kind of like a DH in that regard.
Yeah. That's why they call him Batman.
Suarez takes ball one. He struck out to end the first.
Boy, how's he feeling right now? I'm sure he's thinking about that error he made 2 nights ago that cost him the game, and now he's made another one that cost him 3 runs. 6 runs have come in on his 2 errors. He's love to get some kind of a redeemer here with the bat.
No strikes now on Suarez. Burnett walked 1 in 6 2/3 innings against the Nationals last Friday. Suarez on 4 pitches. A ground out, a line out, and then the infield single, the gift for Brian Pena, as Burnett was not able to make the play. And he walked Suarez in 4 pitches. He struck out Schumacher in the second.
Just took a little time back there behind the mound, kind of get his thoughts together.
Strike 1.
Look at that, and then drops a hook right in there.
Point Park University tweet. Bob, what was the longest home run you ever gave up? Hashtag Bucks Booth.
Let me think for a moment. I'm not sure that I can really remember a tape measure job, to be honest with you. I can remember some upper deck shots at Three Rivers that were just barely hooked foul. But as far as one that I could brag about, I don't know if that was one of the bucket list items I was ever able to check.
Schumacher gets a piece of it.
Since we're talking about Stargell, my first home run This is the best I can do. Was Sargent, first one I gave up. But that one didn't go far. It was more of a line drive, just right down the line.
Oh, it barely got out, huh?
Yeah, just scraped the back of the wall.
On it.
It would have either gone out or through the wall. I'm not sure what the exit speed was on that one.
Schumacher down on strikes.
That little walk behind the mound paid off.
Going to the bottom of the third inning. It'll be Gregory Polanco, Andrew McCutchen, and Neil Walker. We have a tweet from a physics teacher. Bat and ball collision can be nearly 8,300 pounds. Collision lasts for 0.0007 seconds. That from a physics teacher in Algonquin Regional High School, Northborough, Massachusetts.
Well,
that's
I think is
12,400 Gs.
That's
what you were asking before, right?
Yeah, that's incredible, isn't it?
My gosh.
Over 12,000 Gs.
How about the fact that somebody had that answer?
Thank goodness for teachers, huh?
Yeah. Polanco was called out on strikes in the first inning as DeSclafani painted in that first frame. High fly ball to center. Polanco is retired on the fly out to Hamilton. Pirates.com/vote. Get Andrew McCutchen into the All-Star game in Cincinnati. Vote up to 35 times. Midsummer Classic. We played in Cincy on July the 14th. Fastball way up and in. Breaking ball the other day. Missed up and in. It's a fastball here.
Yeah, a double right after the one the other day.
No push-ups this time. But he does take extra satisfaction in beating a pitcher after something like that happens and there's a strike. As imagine any hitter would. By the way, you have a week to vote at Pirates.com/vote. Stefani, to his credit, strikes out McCutchen. Follow the Pirates wherever you are with MLB.com At Bat, the #1 app for live baseball. At Bat is up to the moment at any moment with in-game highlights, live look-ins, replay reviews, radio broadcasts, StatCast, and more. Get MLB.com At Bat for your smartphone or tablet. Cardinals up on the Marlins 2-0, top of the 7th. Lance Lynn returning after missing a start. The Cubs lost earlier today, shut out by the Dodgers 4-0. Walker had a 10-pitch at bat leading off the second, drew the walk, and that led to the 3 spot.
How exciting it is just to be standing in that on deck circle so close, knowing you're about to get up there at the plate. Saw that quick look right there behind Jung Ho. I mean, it's just, it's going through your mind right now.
Well, Jung Ho Kang will have to wait till next inning as the Pirates go down in order.
I'm Robbie and Smikowski. Josh Harrison had a busy day yesterday before he made his way to the ballpark as he hosted the Josh Harrison Baseball Camp. It was a Josh Harrison Pro Camp at North Allegheny Intermediate School, held for boys and girls from grades 1 to 8. Participants learned the fundamentals of baseball from one of the most fundamentally sound players in the game. They also got Jay Hayes' autograph and a team photo and had him pitch to him a little bit. Look at that. A lot of high fives. Josh told me it was fun for him. 320 kids full of energy and all them Pirate fans. Now, yes, they got instruction, Greg and Bob, but the biggest takeaway for Jay Hay was that they had a good time. And you know Josh, hard to find someone that has more fun than him. And good to see him pass along for the day at the Josh Harrison Baseball Pro Camp. A lot of good times had North Allegheny Intermediate School.
Oh, that's great.
Really
320 kids. That's awesome.
They all had a great time, and it looked like the weather that day was absolutely perfect for that. Jay Hay, one of the more popular players here for good reason. He does it on the field and off the field.
Josh Harrison tossed that baseball to those folks. The pitcher DeSclafani swing and a miss. This is what happened before the inning began. Jay Hay into the seats. Well, threw it to the section, and those folks end up with it.
Just wasn't handled cleanly.
Yeah. 3-1. That pitch way inside. Fastball got way in on the pitcher, DeSclafani. And he walks him. Second walk. Free pass to the pitcher.
Well, you always have to look at the bright side, Rick. Clogged up the bases.
Yep.
Nowhere for Hamilton to run now. Just going to say a good time for Hamilton to try to bunt for a base hit, even if he gets thrown out. It's a positive out for him. Move a runner in the scoring position. Cervelli with some encouraging words, trying to get AJ back into that strike zone.
Bounced past first. Foul. Alvarez was creeping in at first, and then Hamilton swung away.
Tough not to play him in on the grass on as a corner infielder. Even with 2 strikes, because if he just hits a slow ground ball, if you're way back what would be a normal position with 2 strikes, he's going to beat it out.
Toward left, Polanco back. It's nice to get Hamilton out of the way with 1 out. Sunday, Pirates and Braves meet 1:35. All kids 14 and younger will get a Pirate Parrot Gnome thanks to Trib Total Media. We invite you to get to the ballpark early for the number one Cochran Family Fun Zone on Federal Street. After the game, kids can come down onto the field and run the bases, courtesy of the original Pizza Logs. For tickets, go to pirates.com. Bucks and Braves this weekend. The series begins tomorrow night. Brandon Phillips. He's reached on an error and tripled in a run. And this is in the air to shallow right, foul territory, and into the seats. Send along early congratulations to Jim and Kate Miller's daughter Cassidy. She's going to marry Dave Gerstner on Saturday. Congratulations to Cassidy and Dave, big Pirates fans.
She was or did?
Going to. Early congratulations.
Oh, early.
Big cut from Phillips. Breaking ball 0-2. He almost hurt himself.
He's had a couple of awkward swings this series. Gomez-like. again. Losing his balance on the backswing.
Carlos Gomez and the Brewers were shut out by the New York Mets today. Jacob deGrom went 8 innings of 4-hit shutout ball. And Brandon Phillips on the line, single to left on the 0-2 pitch.
That wasn't a horrible 0-2 pitch, not knee high. But still, I think since it was 0-2, AJ, I'm sure, wanted to put this down around the shoe tops curveball. And it just stayed up a little bit for him.
Here's Joey Votto, who was grounded out twice to the right side of the infield. Glenn Hurdle asking the home plate umpire where that pitch was. Chris Conroy's hearing it, so Cervelli turns and asks.
Still a smidgen inside, perhaps.
You see that pitch.
And now you know how much a smidgen is. It's that much.
It's exactly a smidgen. Bob's favorite word. And it's a good one. That was not a smidgen. 2-0. Getting into dangerous territory here. 2 on, 1 out. Joey Votto, 2-0 count. Two and 1. Joey Votto with 14 homers and 36 RBIs.
Another thing that's going to be an issue here soon is AJ's pitch count. He said to throw a few more than normal out there. This will be number 80 for him. Just has gone 3 1/3 to this point. Of course, number 80 could also be a double play and the inning's over. Oh, man.
Now Burnett's a little unhappy, and Cervelli's going to go out and talk to him.
That looked pretty close. Smidgen again, huh? Don't believe he was calling the bullpen.
I've been calling Kevin Roach in the video room.
Go.
3-1. To Alvarez, and a little stutter step, but they're going to turn 2. Pedro Alvarez gets that ball to second, and Burnett was on at first. Double play, inning over. big time double play turned by the Pirates. Joey Votto hits into a 3-6-1 DP, and A.J. Burnett gets him to hit into the Chick-fil-A double play.
A nice feed. Pedro just really a letter high right there at the bag.
I can't imagine how good Pedro Alvarez must feel.
Oh yeah, he's made two good throws tonight. And,
relief that is for him.
And what you always wonder, I think, is there, you said maybe it'll never go, but then maybe it will. Maybe there'll be a point sometime where he'll get 2 or 3 really good throws in there, and it's back. I mean, who knows? Who can explain what goes on with players that go through this? I mean, it's just, why does it happen in the first place? Where does it come from? But well, the last couple of throws, very nice over to second base.
Jung Ho Kang bounced into a force play his first time up. Oh, 0-2. Sclafani retired the side in order last inning. He did it in the first inning and was about to get out of the second, but his shortstop committed an error. Pirates scored 3. Eugenio Suarez charged with the error on a ground ball hit by Francisco Cervelli.
Even though the Suarez made the error and gave up 3, you really, I don't think, can say anything because you, as a pitcher, because you let the other pitcher knock in 2 runs after that. That's on you, regardless of the error. I know Suarez probably feels very poorly about looking up the scoreboard right now, but anytime you let the other pitcher beat you with a 2 RBI single with 2 outs, that's on you. There's the slider we were talking about very early on, about how this has become a very strong pitch. DeSclafani has really been going to that. Doesn't really throw many curveballs at all, to be honest with you. Just kind of shows that pitch occasionally. There's one there, right on cue.
He struck out Alvarez looking in the second. He's punched out 5. His career high is 7.
This year he's only thrown about 4 curveballs for every 100 pitches that he's tossing up there. Just to kind of give you a handle on how it's just not a pitch that he features.
It is in his rookie season, though he did pitch in 13 games and made 5 starts with the Marlins last year.
That was the Braves.
Well, it's South. It doesn't matter for whom he pitched, really. You get the idea. He was actually a Blue Jays 6th round pick in 2011 and was part of that blockbuster deal involving the Blue Jays and Marlins in November of 2012. 1-2 on Alvarez. Still 1-2. And strikeout in the second inning, just his 8th in the last 41 plate appearances. In the last few weeks, he has cut down on the strikeouts. Ten homers, 30 RBIs. that hit hard. There's just a few feet between Brandon Phillips and the shortstop Suarez in that shift, and he spanked it.
Well over 12,000 Gs.
Is that what it was?
That ball got turned around in a hurry. Really, one of the new stats this year has been exit velocity. I think we've taken it to the next step with the G forces. With the Gs.
Yeah.
Cutting edge.
Cervelli homered on Tuesday night, as did Andrew McCutchen. And there's a double play ball. Move to the 5th inning. 3-2 Pittsburgh.
Out of Altoona and Indianapolis, where Elias Diaz and Josh Bell were both selected to participate in the MLB Futures game. It's going to be held Sunday, July 12th. You can watch it on the MLB Network. It'll take place at the Great American Ballpark in Cincinnati. Josh Bell and Diaz, you get a look at both their numbers this season. Diaz is widely known as the best defensive catcher in the Pirates system this season. He's been fast at the dish and also behind it as well. Josh Bell, you've heard many of the reports about him. The average is there. He's got to get the power up a little bit more, I think they would like. But great stuff out of Josh Bell. And also Altoona manager Tom Prince, going to be a coach for the United States team. He has Altoona with the best record in the Eastern League at 42-29. So the Pirates and the lower levels hopefully going to be well represented in Cincinnati on All-Star Week, Greg and Bob.
Yeah, congratulations to all three. Josh Bell, Elias Diaz, and Tom Prince, the former Pirates catcher. Great to see Diaz performing as well as he is at AAA Indianapolis. A.J. Burnett got the big double play ball to end the 4th. Faces Todd Frazier, who's 1 for 2 with an RBI. And strike 1. Ball, 1 strike. 2-1. Todd Frazier went to the All-Star game last year and was the National League Home Run Derby champion. Ended up with 29 home runs for the season, 80 RBIs. Matt Carpenter, the Cardinals currently leads voting at that position, where the Reds fans would love to see Frazier at third base, but right now it's Matt Carpenter, Johnny Peralta, the Cardinals at short, Marlins D. Gordon at second, Paul Goldschmidt at the Diamondbacks at first. Bryce Harper leads everybody in voting. Giancarlo Stanton, Matt Holliday outfield. And now they're wondering about that pitch. 3-2.
Tried to bring that curveball in.
And Searage doesn't do that too often, but Ray Searage is barking.
From that dugout, you really can't tell in and out. Up and down, of course, you see that as probably better than anybody. But in and out is tough. You just can't tell when you're sitting in that dugout. And if the glove doesn't move much, it looks like it's right there. And obviously, that pitch was very close.
Bounced to Mercer. Good little play there. That ball really died. Mercer fields it flawlessly for the first out.
But Frazier's route to first, I don't know if you caught that or not.
Did not.
Ran halfway the mound. I'm exaggerating a little bit. But
Burnett gets the first out. Frazier hits the ball to short. And you wonder, we've talked so many times how many, like every player looks toward the ball rather than looking straight ahead. And maybe if he had been running straight ahead, he wouldn't have wandered so far.
Well, I think that's what happened.
Yeah.
He didn't realize where he was.
So far into the grass. Out of the running lane. Marlon Byrd has singled and lined out to left. Again, Jordy Mercer makes that play on Frazier for the first out in the 5th inning. Speaking of all-stars, in that story that Bob Nightingale of the USA Today wrote about A.J. Burnett, and a base hit to center. Second hit for Marlon Byrd. He had 2 hits last night. Burnett would be among the oldest first-time all-stars should he make the Midsummer Classic in Cincinnati. Burnett thought, yep, he thought somebody should have been in that position. Why isn't there an infielder there? Come on, move over there, move over there. That's AJ.
Remember his first time with us?
Oh, yeah.
There were some times
Clint Barmas got an earful one day a couple of years ago.
He didn't like the positioning. It obviously wasn't. Well, you know what? I can't jump to conclusion. He might have just been talking about, wow, he hits him through on this side, he hits him through on this side. You know, maybe just talking about in general that he's.
I'm guessing not
giving up base hits through the middle.
I'm going to go with he's upset about. But the thing about it is, after the game, he's such a competitor. After the game, he'll say, "Well, you know, that's just me." He talked about how the Phillies don't do that as much, and he missed it. He finally admitted he accepts and appreciates the defensive positioning of the Pirates.
A lot of work goes into that.
Yeah,
that's where the players are most likely to hit the ball in any given scenario. And that doesn't mean that it happens every time.
Right. But wouldn't it be fitting if Pena hits a ball right to the shortstop Mercer right now, as he's almost behind second? Or for that matter to Gung, who's well off the line at third.
He's probably further out of position than anybody. Mercer, you know, he's just playing in up the middle shortstop position. If he was on the other side of second base.
94 pitches. Burnett due up second in the bottom of this 5th inning.
And they're talking right there about who they're going to get up in the bullpen.
And Burnett, there's one. They're safe. Alvarez can't keep his toe on the bag. The throw from Mercer was wide, and I think Mercer had more time.
Well, that should have been a double play for sure.
They might. Yeah, they're going to challenge it. Watch Mercer. He has to get rid of the ball, in his mind, very quickly, without setting up. First base umpire Angel Hernandez says Alvarez is off the bag. Well, that angle looks like he's got his toe on there, but
well, that angle
that's not going to be the angle that we're going to.
Yeah. You can't see. You don't. Did that really show you?
No, nothing yet that would.
His foot could be on the bag. It might be off the bag. You can't really see. Without something that's looking right down the line, it's going to be awfully tough. Now here we go. Here we go. Here we go. This is a good angle here. I like that angle, but it's still hard to tell. But that, I think, is your best look right there. Your best look is the last one we saw, in my mind. This one here. Now you're looking right there, but can you see close enough to see if there was any contact with a cleat, or was it just off by half an inch? It's hard to make that call, I think. But they will look very closely at it in New York.
And the headsets are off.
There it is, right here, Greg. See it right there? Now, is his foot touching, or is it
safe?
Off? So I just don't think that you can tell. You know, if you were like zoomed right in on somebody's foot with that angle right there, then maybe you could see it. Oh, well, we are zooming in. I didn't know we could do that. Now that definitely right there, that looked like it was about a half inch or so off. You could see a little space on that shot.
So the call stands. And again, just to wrap up that thought, I think twice the Pirates have been in too much of a hurry with Brian Pena. Remember, and now Pena's going to take off for second, and he's going to reach second base on a wild pitch. But Pena reached on an infield single in the third when A.J. Burnett hurried to try and pick up a ball barehanded. And then on that play, it looked as though maybe Jordy Mercer hurried. That throw to first. Burnett will go after Suarez now with a runner at second. Two and one. They're stirring in that bullpen. They're going to uncover the mound.
Pitch number 100 coming up for AJ. It's been a tough night. Well, not tough as far as the scoreboard, but he's had to work hard. Most innings. When you throw 100 pitches in 5 innings, that's a hard working night.
Struck him out looking.
Beautifully done. Perfectly placed.
Pirates Baseball on Root Sports is brought to you by the Chevy Colorado and your Western PA Chevy dealers. And by Day Automotive. We're gonna make your day. Let's go Bucks!
AJ is ASG, All-Star Game worthy. He's leading 3-2. Dave Joust, one of the Pirates coaches, talking to AJ Burnett.
And even though he's over 100 pitches, he's got a bat and he's out on the on-deck circle, and the bullpen has sat down. How can you lose with cheerleaders like that?
That's right. Mercer had an RBI double to right field in the second. Three and one. Hit to center field for Jordy Mercer. He has been hitting the ball hard for a while now, and he's rewarded tonight with his second hit.
Oh, I love the sound of the ball coming off the bat on this one. Absolute rocket. He hit that so square, it took most of the spin off the baseball. Almost got the ball where it was knuckling.
4 sacrifice bunts this season for Burnett. 2-run single in the second. Brandon Phillips
circling,
running a button hook,
circling. Laughing at somebody in the dugout. He's sure laughing at him.
Votto thought about second, then realizes nope, gonna get the shore out, and A.J. Burnett succeeds in moving the runner.
And that's why you bunt it to first when you're trying to bunt somebody to second base. Perfect example.
Tomorrow, Pirates and Braves, 7:05. First 20,000 fans get a T-shirt that Josh Harrison designed on a free shirt Friday. Compliments of AAA Auto Insurance. Enjoy food and fun before the game and at the Friday night block party on Federal Street. Presented by Barrel Automotive. Get your tickets at pirates.com/free shirt Friday. Here he is.
I guess you could kind of describe AJ on the mound tonight as kind of workmanlike, really having to fight through a couple innings, throwing a lot of pitches.
Better than his start against the Nationals, though. And it goes back. I hate to keep harping on the defense, but it is so critical, I think, to pitchers like Burnett. Had the Pirates made some plays, he'd be, in the 60 pitch mark, if not the late, the high 50s. That first inning went way longer because of the air.
He's certainly doing a lot with the bat.
A play he did not make cost him. It went as a hit. The double play that was not turned. And Frazier throws out Harrison. With 2 outs. Pirates will have to do it with 2 away. Gregory Polanco. Pirates have actually done a pretty good job in these situations. 2 outs and runners in scoring position. They are 11th in all of Major League Baseball. 248. The league average is 235.
They had a run there I think it was about a month ago, where it seems like they just every single opportunity they had with 2 outs and a runner in scoring position, they cashed it in. Remember that?
Yeah.
They got on a real roll with that 2-out clutch hit.
They're 2 for 3 tonight in these situations. They were 0 for 9 last night with men in scoring position. Hitting coach Jeff Branson watching one of his pupils. The young Gregory Polanco just finished up his 1-year anniversary in the big leagues. He said 2 for 3, 2 for 2 with runners in scoring position tonight. Jordy Mercer and A.J. Burnett had the 2 opportunities, and they delivered. Polanco himself hits .277 with men at second and or third base. He is much better when less than 2 outs. He hits .409 in these situations, but with 2 outs he bats only .160. That's where we are now. Hard hit right at Phillips. A little bit of a stumble. He throws out Polanco. Still a 1-run lead. And Paul, the offense giving him enough runs as the Cardinals scored first in the top of the third. And they made it 2-0 in the seventh inning. Pete Kozma and then Colton Wong delivered, so plenty of offense for Lance Lynn, his return. And those Cardinals just keep on keeping on, and the Pirates have to do the same thing. We had Gregory Polanco trying to toss the youngsters a souvenir. He had to go back, do it again. And look how happy these guys are.
Holding that up like it's the greatest trophy in the world.
Everybody high-fiving. Burnett out there for the sixth inning. He's got Schumacher and then the pitcher, DeSclafani and Billy Hamilton. Gimenez Caminero. This might be one of those situations, even though he let Burnett bat, sacrifice the runner, he may lift Burnett quickly. There's another strikeout. That's 5 for A.J. Burnett, who's 36th on the all-time strikeout list. 5 strikeouts coming from the 6 and 7 batters, Suarez and Schumacher. Chopped. And Gong's going to let it go. And it's going to roll and stay fair.
Took an odd little bounce there at the end. I don't think he was planning on letting this go, Greg. I think he wanted to make a play on it, but the ball kind of kicked toward foul territory. Right there, see that little kick?
Yeah.
This was not a plan, let it go. But it almost worked out as it rolled dead on the chalk line.
Billy Hamilton now. And he pops it up.
I kind of like it.
I was just say, you know, it's actually better to have, it's weird, but it's better to have that guy at first and one out. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, because it changes his game. It essentially takes the bunt away.
Well, but it doesn't.
It shouldn't.
It doesn't. It actually, like I said last time, he should be bunting here. He should have bunted there.
Right.
He should have tried to bunt for a base hit. If he gets thrown out, big deal. And how many times is he going to get thrown out?
Right. Rarely.
He could probably bunt 300. That's a perfect situation for him to lay down a bunt.
Yeah.
When you get a pitcher on in front of you. But we've seen him up there twice like that, and he hasn't done it.
Here's Brandon Phillips.
A couple lazy fly balls to left instead. Thank you very much. And I believe last time Phillips got a hit right after that also, didn't he?
He did.
Which, if there would have been somebody at second base, scores a run. Yeah, worst case scenario too, even if it's a horrendous bunt and they got time to get the force at second.
He's still got Hamilton on.
Yeah.
He's going to be at second base eventually.
So there's not much downside to him trying to bunt for a base hit when there's somebody at first.
Is that going to carry out? Yes. That might be it for A.J. Burnett. 1 earned run in 6 innings and leading 3-2. Pop Evil will be performing at Stage AE on July the 9th, and A.J. Burnett is done after a very strong performance. A nice bounce back start for A.J. Burnett. 1 earned in his 6 innings, and helping his own cause with that big 2-run, 2-out single.
Dropped down a perfect sacrifice bunt also. It didn't work out, but still, I mean, he did everything possible. Everything that he could with that bat. Gave us bat ears. Again inside the cuts. What a breaking ball.
McCutchen, Walker, and Gong. Strike called, 3-1. And a leadoff walk. It's the second allowed by DeSclafani. The first one was to Neil Walker leading off the second.
Big run to get home. Nobody out. Got to get him in.
Throwing to first base, McCutchen being held on there by Joey Votto. A broken bat pop up. Shortstop Suarez. Up Gong. Opponents have stolen 9 bases in 10 attempts with DeSclafani on the mound, and Brian Pena has thrown out only 5 in 31 attempts. The combination make you think that you get a pretty good opportunity to steal a bag off of DeSclafani.
Kutch just is not running much though this year.
Just 5 attempts.
You think about that of the whole season. Now I know that he's trying to make those legs last. But just five attempts.
With Walker at first base in the second, Gong hit a chopper to the left side of the infield, and the shortstop Suarez, moving far to his right, made a nice play and threw out Walker at second. Last time up, Gong struck out. Yes, says Angel Hernandez, it's 1-2. A disappointed Gong.
And the slow motion, you can see the bat came out there quite a ways, but when you speed it up normal speed, it did look like he checked his swing.
And a base hit.
Bad pitch, breaking ball. It's down about knee high, and looking to go out and get it. That's even right out there on the outside half the plate. And it was not a soft line drive. Got out there pretty quick for basically one hand being on the bat.
Just the 5th hit of the night for Pittsburgh. Pedro Alvarez to the plate. He has 1 of the 5.
I like the swings that Pedro's been putting on the ball tonight. Not so much that one. He took a cut. But they kind of didn't go after his pitch. It was up and away a little bit.
A.J. Burnett, if the Pirates can hold on, a lot of work to be done, would get to 7-3. His ERA drops to 2.01 with his 6 innings tonight. Batenhop in the Reds bullpen. Shortstop Suarez sneaks over behind McCutchen, covers the bag, and DeSclafani steps off. Up, third baseman Frazier. Two outs.
I hope for a long one there, Greg. Quite stay on those balls that were away from him. See the way he threw away the bat, not happy at all.
After going 2 for 2 with men in scoring position, thanks to Jordy Mercer and A.J. Burnett, Pirates now 0 for their last 3.
2 outs again. Do it with 2 outs.
And a ground still to the right field. McCutchen Wade told he will score. Francisco Cervelli delivers with 2 outs. A.J. Burnett still in the dugout. Gets a hug from Garrett Cole.
But that really is a big run right there for the Pirates, for A.J. Get away from just that 1-run lead that makes everyone kind of be able to kind of take a little bit of a breath. Everything is not so stressful now. They stretched it out a little bit.
Looked like Phillips slowed that down just enough so that Schumacher had no chance. A little surprised here that they're sticking with DeSclafani, with Mercer having 2 of the better at bats of the night, and Batenhop ready. So see if Mercer can make the Reds pay for keeping this pitcher in the game. Mercer lined a double to right, driving in the first run, and single to center field his last time up. Well, I don't know about terrible. That's a little strong.
Yeah,
terrible? Yeah, you're losing.
Just not good.
You're not good.
Just, but not terrible. Disappointing if someone would feel like that about their team.
We'll make it. Come on, believe.
Oh, now he's changing his tone.
And now you're going overboard.
Yeah.
3-1. Young and Cervelli aboard. Chops it to Frazier. So they stick with DeSclafani, and he does get Mercer. But the Pirates get a run on a Cervelli single that brought home Andrew McCutchen, who drew the free pass, and Cervelli reacts to the RBI single to make it 4-2. Two. Pirates lead the Reds. Just a reminder, as you enjoy a cold one, look forward to Miller time later in tonight's game, brought to you by Miller Lite.
Batters.
Sean Rodriguez takes over at first base. Archimedes Caminero takes over for Burnett.
Caminero, it's very busy, and he's worked his way really right up that totem pole to where now he's pitching these later innings.
Becoming the 7th inning guy, leading up to Watson in the 8th and Melanson in the 9th. And he's going after the heart of the order here. Votto, Frazier, Bird, 2, 3, 4. Line to right. And Harrison misplays it. Instead of a single, Votto headed to third. They've got a shot, but a bad throw, and Votto in there.
Yeah, that's why you like that insurance run. Things like this can happen. Thank goodness it's not the tying run 90 feet away with nobody out. Overran it. Got in there a little too hot, couldn't slow down quick enough, and then it did look like they had a shot. If Otto had slowed down as he approached first base, he thought it was a single.
Single and an error.
Oh, well, he thought it was a single. It was a single. But once he saw that ball get by, then he had to start trying to cook around those bases.
Drive deep. Todd Frazier has turned that fastball around 99 miles an hour and ties the game. Wow.
Frazier's an outstanding fastball hitter. We saw that in an opening series in Cincinnati.
His 24th of the year ties it up.
That's a shame. No decision for AJ. He did such a great job tonight. Both with the bat, knocking in a couple of runs himself, getting a bunt down, giving up just that one earned run.
99 miles per hour. And we have seen that before from Frazier against Caminero. Not necessarily the home run ball, but turning around at high heat. Wow. 24 home runs. His third RBI of the game. And it's 4-4.
Looking at
that's a shot.
Looking at some of
third home run that Caminero has allowed this season. Four new ball game. .101.
feeling strong.
Maybe angry.
Yeah, a little of that too. Adrenaline is on high.
Another 101 fastball. Caminero and Aroldis Chapman have thrown more 100+ pitches this year than any pitchers in the league. Antonio Bastardo up. What a player. Todd Frazier. Now with 52 RBIs to go along with 24 homers. And hit by the pitch. Here's Brian Pena.
They were trying to throw a cutter in on his hands, and that's what they did. There's that cutter heading in there and cut him right in the forearm.
Here's Eugenio Suarez. Struck out twice against Burnett and walked. Runner goes. Line to left. First and second. Pena takes off on the pitch.
Would that be a hit and run?
You'd think it would be.
It had to be.
Yeah.
But Caminero?
Yeah, weird to do. And that's going to be it.
They did it. Didn't they do it to him 2 nights ago?
I think so.
A swing and miss guy, but paid off.
Bastardo coming on.
Pittsburgh Pirates and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Pittsburgh Pirates.
Nissan rode ahead against the Braves. You see the pitching matchups. Francisco Liriano on Friday, tomorrow night. And Charlie Morton on Saturday. And Jeff Locke. Pirates against Perez, Tehran, and Wood. Nissan rode ahead. Well, Todd Frazier's home run ties the game, and now the bullpen, starting with Bastardo, needs to keep it tied.
They got to win this rubber game for sure. It's coming down to the last couple innings. Bastardo's numbers, 24 ball games.
He's going to face Ivan De Jesus Jr. He's going to pinch hit for Schumacher. Right-handed batter. De Jesus was 2 for 4 plus a walk last night.
Slower runner out at second base. The outfield, they know they're going to have a shot on a base hit. They're pinched in a little bit, not playing too awfully deep, especially in left and right. A lot of room behind them, but you can understand why they're in close. Any kind of a single, there will be a play at the plate. I would imagine if it's really a hard hit single, they wouldn't even try it. They would just be satisfied with bases loaded.
Jim Riggleman is the third base coach for the Reds. And
he's checking out those outfielders right now, thinking about how well Polanco throws in left. Running scenarios through his mind.
Pena sliding back to the bag. DeJesus pinch hitting for Schumacher, who was 0 for 3 against Burnett, struck out 3 times. DeJesus recently called up to the big leagues. Yes, as the home plate umpire, Chris Conroy, to even the count. A couple years ago, DeJesus played at AAA Indianapolis in the Pirates system. Another pinch hitter on deck, Chris Dominguez. It's the pitcher spot. Frazier not only gets his rookie starter DeSclafani off the hook, but if they could score another run, they have an opportunity for a win. And there's a strikeout for Bastardo.
Yeah, look where all the pitchers are. Just not a single one in the strike zone. Letting the hitter get himself out. It happens on some of those situations where there's a little bit of pressure involved. Wanting to knock in that go-ahead run. A little too over-anxious.
Ryan Matthews, Burke Badenhop in the bullpen.
Not selective enough to try and get a good pitch to hit.
Dominguez bats for the pitcher. Also a recent call up this month. Pickoff try.
Holy. He attacked him and had him out. Not correct.
Yeah, he kept his leg there.
He blocked him from the bag. If that would have been a good throw, that would have been a nice play.
Yeah.
The throw was off, so he couldn't get a tag down.
Ryan Pena hit by a pitch. Alcibiades Caminero faced 5 batters, retired 1. One and one on Dominguez.
Greg, the wave is going on right now. It's moving clockwise. Is that normal?
Yes.
Doesn't it go the other way?
No. This is the normal route.
For some reason, I don't think it goes the other way.
Never. Ever. Actually, never. Never has. It's illegal.
No,
it's illegal to go counterclockwise.
I'm not sure if I've ever seen it go this direction.
Troy's joining in.
Yep.
Oh, Keith Reese out there too. A pop-up going to be out of play. Dominguez had a pinch hit single on Tuesday night. Jeff Pico, the pitching coach, with his rookie starter Anthony DeSclafani, who gave up 4 runs in 6 innings on 6 hits. Reds with 11 hits. Still 1 and 2 on Chris Dominguez. Bastardo slowly but surely has become more effective for Clint Hurdle out of the bullpen. Pitched a scoreless inning last night. Caminero a disappointment. Another 1-2 pitch. Bastardo seems concerned about that runner at second. And Bastardo comes in and gets back-to-back strikeouts of DeJesus and Dominguez. But Todd Frazier, damage done with his 24th home run of the year. A 2-run shot to tie the game at 4 apiece. And it's a new ball game. 2 men left stranded. The Reds' third baseman tying it up, and he does get his starter off the hook. Also, no win for A.J. Burnett. Now the Pirates look for a team W as the Buccos and Reds are tied at 4.
Join everyone watching at home on Root Sports as we sing "Take Me Out to the Ball Game."
Team so confident in their comeback wins. Find out what motivated top pick Kevin Newman in his college days and which current prospects have helped ease him into the professional ranks. Much more inside Pirates Baseball, presented by Allegheny Health Network, tonight after postgame on Root Sports. To the bottom of the 7th inning, tied at 4, the rubber match of this 3-game series. Ivan DeJesus stays in the ball game. He is in left. Moving from left to right is Marlon Byrd. The new Reds pitcher is Burke Badenhop. The last 11 appearances, he's given up 3 runs in 13 2/3 innings. That's a 1.98 ERA.
Look at the ERA overall. Of course, ERAs with relievers.
Out of Jim Leland's stomping grounds, growing up in Perrysburg High School, Northern Ohio. Wasn't that Jim Leland's area, Perrysburg? Ohio?
Yes, that's where he was from.
Burke Badenhop. Veteran right-hander Sean Rodriguez, his first at bat. Chops this to third. Frazier, not a great throw. A little bobble by Votto, and the out call is Votto saves Frazier an error.
I'm sure Jay will take his time getting in the box. Did he bobble it? No.
Wow.
He had it all the way.
Too much time, Frazier. Joey Votto won a Gold Glove a few years ago. Todd Frazier pretty solid over there too.
He's still shaking his head though about that throw.
Josh Harrison puts a charge into one, but the center fielder Hamilton is going to be there at the track. Baden Hop gets a ground out and a fly ball to center. Polanco 0 for 3. They didn't have time with the Marlins last year, with Boston, a year with the Brewers, a season in Tampa Bay.
He could be in our bullpen. He's always moving like a shark. Never stops. Sharks don't ever stop either, Greg.
Yeah, Melanson better get moving. Don't like that.
See that shark there?
He's the lead shark.
It stopped. And look what happened to it. It's never moved again.
Oh boy, that's hit on the button. The line out to right field. Pirates go down in order. Bands in the Berg during Friday Night Rocks on Root Sports. Get tuned into Pittsburgh's music scene as we showcase local artists and tracks throughout every Friday Night Pirates broadcast. Friday Night Rocks tomorrow when the Bucks take on the Braves on Root Sports. 35,015 on hand tonight. After over 37,500 were here last night. And the big weekend series with the Braves coming.
A lot of renegades
tomorrow night, the Friday Night Rocks. Yeah.
Let's go, Buck!
Tony Watson going to try and keep this a tie game.
Boy, he was pretty sharp last time out. Struck at the side, didn't he?
He did. He and Melanson combined to strike out each of the 6 batters they faced combined. Corners are in. 2-1 on Billy Hamilton. Now batting from the right side. He's a better hitter. He's a right-handed batter. He singled with 2 outs in the second, then stole second and scored on a Brandon Phillips triple that gave the Reds a 2-0 lead, but the Pirates scored 3 in the bottom of the second. A.J. Burnett a 2-run single, but Todd Frazier tied it up. And now it's 3-2. Him out. One up, one down for Tony Watson.
Nothing fancy on this last pitch. This ball's right down the middle. Just fastball, center cut. 94. No contact.
Last 3 appearances now for Tony Watson. He has struck out each of the last 5 batters he's faced. Brandon Phillips, a couple of hits, a line out, a run scored, and a stolen base. Plus that RBI triple. And something gets in his eye, so he has to step out of the box and has to accept a strike. Bob, you know all about this.
There was a lot of bugs around here last night. Look at that. See, that was that same moth.
Well, no, the same
I know
moth.
that moth.
That moth is gone.
Yeah, that's true.
Was it delicious?
Both of them were.
Yeah, both. That's quite a meal for Bob post game last night, talking to Robin Teak. Now, I didn't get a chance to see it, but it was the talk of the press box here today. Did you see Bob eat a couple of moths during the post game conversation?
Well, I explained last night what had happened.
Well, you know, I didn't hear. I wasn't watching, so can you explain it for me? 1-2.
Okay, now if you look up at the lights, you see there's a gazillion moths.
Yep.
You see how many there are up there?
It's a gazillion.
They're all over the place.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Now, on a fireworks night,
yep,
you turn those lights off, and the only lights in the entire ballpark are our TV lights here behind them.
Yeah.
So every one of these million moths,
a million now, gazillion to a million, yeah. Anyway.
come crashing down into our booth here.
Crashing, yeah.
And I'm like a jet engine, and it just sucked a couple in. Okay? And I started to sputter.
So there you have it.
A
gazillion or a million, depending on how you look at it. The jet engine as they came crashing down. There's a ground ball to second. 2 outs. Crash walk.
But that's what happened.
The jet engine.
Yeah, I mean, he saw it happen to Phillips while he was hitting.
You can tune in tonight, Paul and Teak, post game. They'll be talking to Bob. See what Bob has to eat. I understand they attacked Tim too, by the way, although Tim didn't eat any of the moths.
No, he didn't.
Yeah.
No. There they are. Yeah, they were safely over at the Root Studios last night. Yeah, so they didn't have to worry about it. Next time you're here on a fireworks night and you turn the lights off, watch what happens in this booth.
I will. And keep my mouth closed.
It's like locusts on the Nile.
And a bouncing ball headed up the middle. Nice pick, Mercer. 360 spin. What a play by Jordy Mercer.
How about the accuracy on the throw after the spin move? Right on the money.
Fabulous play by the Bucco shortstop. Robbing bottom of a hit. 1-2-3 go the Reds. It's 4-4. great images from the Allegheny Health Network Supermo. Great images there. 4-4. And here now is the man who saved the game last night, J.J. Hoover, facing Andrew McCutchen. McCutchen, Walker, and Gong due up here in the bottom of the 8th. Last time up, McCutchen walked against the starter DeSclafani and scored. DeSclafani gave up 4 runs, 1 earned. McCutchen in the top 10 in on-base percentage, came in 9th in the league. You see his career numbers against J.J. Hoover. A couple of hits, both home runs. Mark Melanson getting ready for the 9th. McCutchen reaches base again. A leadoff walk. What do you think here, Bob? Walker swinging away?
Yeah, I think he is.
Walker is 3 for 7 in his career against Hoover, including a home run. Elizabeth Forward product facing the man from Pine Richland. Tonight, a walk, a grounder to second, a pop to short for Neil Walker. The Reds are convinced that one of these days McCutchen is going to take off. McCutchen, at least I guess, Bob, when Walker's at the plate, you do have the bigger hole on the right side, don't you?
Oh yeah, that's
so.
You're hoping that they throw something inside, down and in, he can get in there.
Oh, nice play by Phillips and a little fancy stuff from him behind the back. Brandon Phillips.
Look at him. He does put on a little bit of a show, doesn't he?
He is an entertainer. Turns that hard hit ground ball into a double play.
Man, how about that? Watch it. I think his look afterwards.
I mean, that's impressive to be able to do that.
Yeah,
and not necessary, but he can do it.
A perfect toss.
Yeah. Jung Ho Gong offers at that breaking pitch. Talking to the second base umpire there, Scott Berry. Gong struck out to end the ball game last night against Hoover. And He's in the hole 0-2. Well, that's just,
you know, Greg, he's throwing that ball behind his back before he looked over his shoulder.
Andrew McCutchen. Don't see that reaction too often. That's into center field for a base hit. Gong's second hit. McCutchen. Back in the dugout, really upset as Gong singles to center. Starling Marte will pinch hit.
That one, almost shoulder high, banged it back through the middle. That Kutch, you don't see a lot of him showing how upset he is at times. Well, he was definitely mad when he came off the field.
How about these numbers for Marte against Hoover? This is unbelievable. 0 for 12 with 8 strikeouts. First of all, he's had that many at bats against this reliever, and secondly, to be, look at that. Now this is the gunner time here. This is hitting vigorous stuff. Talk about overdue. Turn things around. Pirates playing with a short bench, probably just for tonight. Tomorrow we would anticipate a position player coming up from Indianapolis. And it's 1-2. Saw that Jeff Decker did not start tonight for Indy. Did get a pinch hit at bat in. We've seen Jeff Decker, a left-handed hitting outfielder in the past, but wait and see what happens tomorrow as to who the Pirates decide to bring up. 1 ball, 2 strikes on Marte. And Gong is safe. Somehow he got back. He started to go when he saw the ball in the dirt, then put on the brakes. Jay Bell checking in with their video replay coordinator.
He definitely got caught off. They did the right thing. He went to the base, but then he left it. If he would have stayed with the glove at the base, he had the out.
Talking about Votto.
Yeah.
Nicely done by Gong.
And when the glove started moving toward him, then he shot his hand in around it and underneath to the base. But the runner always has to come to you.
Marte gets his first hit off of Hoover. A line single to right. Oh,
you said it's going to come. Hit vigorous.
That was no cheapie. Marte goes the other way. A pinch hit single to right.
Stayed on the inside of the ball. Hit it hard the other way. It's a lot like Cervelli's base hit. Gets ready to step in. You know, Greg, with the replays that we're seeing nowadays on tag plays, there's going to have to be some real different training.
Absolutely.
You know, coming through the minor leagues and spring training about how you put tags on because of the replay.
We've talked about that for a while now this season, how it has changed the dynamics. There's a drive toward right center field, and it is going to be caught by Marlon Byrd. Byrd got a great jump on it, a line drive to the track in right center field, and we're still tied at 4. Going to the 9th inning. Francisco Cervelli hit a ball to the right center gap on the line. Marlon Byrd gets there.
I didn't think it was going to happen off the bat, Greg. I really thought that ball was going to end up being deep enough to Byrd, who is a much better defensive outfielder than people realize. We saw it for a while there when he was with the Pirates. He can play some outfield.
Yep. Solid ball player. Mark Melancon.
Talk about solid. Look at those numbers. 24 saves. And just getting better and better as the season has gone along.
We'll be facing Todd Frazier, then Marlon Byrd and Brian Pena. Talked to a friend yesterday. We promised we'd pass along the note that 2-year-old Lucas Geller, hospitalized with serious illness, has spent more than 18 months waiting for a liver transplant. Doctors are desperately working to keep the infection confined to the liver because they don't believe he has the strength to fight systematic infection. His family is asking that as many people as possible visit the Save Lucas Facebook page. Save Lucas, Lucas. Share the post, spread the word. The desperate need for a donor. It's Todd Frazier. Takes ball 1. Frazier hit the game-tying home run in the 7th inning off Caminero. He singled in the first, driving in a run off A.J. Burnett. There's 4 hits now in the series for Todd Frazier and for Mark Melancon. He earned his 24th save with a 1-2-3-9, striking out the 3 batters he faced.
How good has that curveball got? That thing is really getting so many swings and misses nowadays. One of those rolling right off the table hooks.
If they score, we'll see Aroldis Chapman. If not, Matthews. Strikes him out looking. The cutter, that velocity has steadily increased.
Yeah, really, there was a lot of concern early in the year in April. A lot of people talking about, Melancon's velocity and, what has happened to him. Well, nothing. Came out of spring training, a little bit of a dead arm, went through that period, and there it is, up to 92.3 now. And it's not necessarily been just the velocity either. The curveball has really developed, I think, into a great pitch for him.
And a fly ball to center.
The best hook that I think we've seen him have.
He has struck out 6 of the last 7 batters he's faced before that fly out. Byrd came close, and he knows it. Now Brian Pena. One and 0. strike. Pena checking in on that. Jordy Mercer, who has 2 hits plus an RBI double, will be leading off for the Pirates in the bottom of the 9th. Sean Rodriguez will follow, and then Josh Harrison. Those 3 due up. Breaking pitch stays up. Rest of the action in Major League Baseball finals. And a line drive. Brian Pena, single to center field. It's his second hit.
Not a lot of speed over there with the go-ahead run. I would think with the Pirates playing deep in the outfield, it'd be awfully hard to score him on just 1 hit. You can see the movement of the cutter. A real short slider.
Bounce left side. Shortstop Mercer on the backhand. He'll throw across, but wide. Don't know if he didn't have a play at second. I assume he did not. That's why he went to first. And it's first and second infield single for Suarez.
You really don't have an opportunity to look at second base. You kind of have that little clock in your mind as you're going over into the hole to try and backhand that ball. And that's what you're going off of.
Here's the see if he had a play at second. I think he did.
Oh, I agree.
And again,
I agree
I tell you, it's been Brian Pena how many times tonight, and this is a catcher. He's not the slowest catcher in the world, but still he's one of the slower players on the team, and for whatever reason, anytime he's been on the bases or swung the bat, the Pirates have been in a hurry.
Well, it's not only that either. Last time he was a second, we tried to pick him off a couple of times.
Yeah.
But the perception of him is that he's much faster than he is, apparently. But you're right, especially when you looked at that wide shot. Definitely there was a play at second. But like I said before, Mercer, he's not going to have enough time to look at second. If he looks over there and sees, oh, I can't go to second, now he's blown his opportunity at first.
That's something he's got to think about beforehand.
It's in his head, yeah. There's a clock in his head, how far he's having to run to go get that ball.
But I'll be anxious to talk to them tomorrow, including Jordy Mercer, about that, because in his head then he's got to think that Pena's, he's got to be thinking that the type of runner he is before the ball's put in play.
Yeah, well, before, excuse me, no, that wasn't a moth. Before the ball's put in play, you're right. He's got, and right now they're going through scenarios. They're thinking about what they're going to do with a ball hit to my left, hit to my right. Right now, outfielders are doing the same thing.
Pena creeping.
I mean, that's what anticipation is, and or good instincts. It's thinking through things before they happen. And now Walker has moved, instead of being back on the grass, he's moved in to try and hold Pena at second base.
And Pena trying to get the best lead he can with two outs because he's not the fastest guy in the world, and he knows.
But ideally, you would like to have Walker playing back on the grass, because the worst thing that can happen right now is a base hit, especially a ground ball base hit. So you want the infielders to be in a position where they got the maximum amount of range.
He's waving Walker back. Just get back there. Don't worry about him. We need you to get
him stealing third isn't a big deal.
Right.
He's not going to steal third anyway. What a big deal is if a ground ball sneaks through.
Right. And again, concerned about Pena.
Even if you get him to shorten up his lead, he's still going to get to the same spot with his secondary lead. It doesn't make any difference. See, now Walker has come back in. He's out of position. See, now he's having to backpedal as the pitch is going home. Now, what if the ball is hit up the middle and he's backpedaling back to his position? See where he's going to say he's running back to his position? Now picture that in a ground ball up the middle. He's not going to get to it.
I mean, it's almost, is it not, a case where you almost have to forget about him and concentrate on this batter. Everybody.
I wouldn't say almost. I would say definitely.
Melanson, everybody.
The hitter, that's the guy that can win the game for him right there. There's 2 outs.
Yep. Bounce left side, shortstop Mercer. Throws across again and gets him. And a pretty play by Jordy Mercer. Retires to Jesus. And a chance to walk it off in the bottom of the 9th. Tied at 4. Come to town, catch all of the action starting at 6:30 with Pirates pregame, presented by WB Mason on Root Sports. Rooting on the Bucks here and hoping for a walk-off win. Moments ago in the dugout, Andrew McCutchen came back into the dugout, of course, and Clint Hurdle was checking on. We showed you last inning when he came back to the dugout after that double play, him slamming that batting helmet. Hurdle wanting to be absolutely certain what McCutchen is thinking. There's Ryan Matthews.
Just 16 innings of work this year.
2/3 of an inning last night. A walk to McCutchen. Got Walker on strikes. And he was able to get Sean Rodriguez to ground out. He'll face Mercer, Rodriguez, and Harrison.
Need a hero. Who's it going to be?
Harrison got out of that top half. There's a ground ball sharply hit, and it's kicked by Suarez. Suarez commits his second error of the game.
Boy, he's had big errors.
He's trying to backhand that ball.
Yeah.
Look at the Health Network Supermo. Plenty of time to go about that, getting in front of it rather than backhanding it, but
His first 2 errors in this series have allowed 6 unearned runs to score.
Well, here's Sean Rodriguez anticipating a bunt here.
And now he lets the winning run on to lead off the inning.
Ball 1. Pirates have had 2 walk-off wins this season. Now, pulling back was going to swing away with the third baseman Frazier well in.
Might have got one there.
Yeah.
Looked like it caught that inside corner at the very top of the zone. But it's 2-0.
Balls and a strike on Sean Rodriguez. Rick Sofield, third base coach.
Good hit and run count.
Trying to see what Rodriguez might be doing.
Yeah, that was a little fishing expedition. It was a pickoff throw, but what they were doing was watching Sean to see if he would move that hand up the bat. They want to know what's going on.
He really didn't give anything away.
I didn't see a thing.
Gets it down. Sacrifice 3-4. Pretty textbook, Bob, there.
Absolutely. Yeah, Votto even left him play early. Still no play.
See if Josh Harrison can play the role of hero. He's 0 for 4 in this ball game. 2 out of 9 in the series. A Cincinnati native. Always special when he plays against the Reds.
That whipped cream is waiting for somebody who's going to claim it.
He has not done much this season against the Reds.
Outfield fairly deep. Base hit will score Mercer without much of a problem as long as it's not a rocket.
Now 0-2 on Harrison, batting 179 against Cincinnati pitching this season. 4 career walk-offs. He had one June 14th against the Phillies.
Loves whipped cream. Look out in the dugout.
Two. Chopper. This is going to be a swinging bunt single. Frazier wisely just looked toward the runner.
And Mercer was thinking about it. Definitely got himself in a position to move up easily if there was going to be any kind of a play on Jay. But Jay's run, it really is obviously meaningless. The winning run is Mercer. So Frazier really at that point could care less. All he was worried about was not letting Mercer to third.
So it's Gregory Polanco. His last time up in the 7th inning against Baden-Hopp, he lined out to right fielder Marlon Byrd. And he bounces this ball, backhanded by Votto. They get one. There will be no throw, and 2 outs.
And now, the way it's set up, the hero could be Kutch.
And he's been acting like he certainly wants to be, and the crowd anticipates McCutchen coming to the plate. Well, there was an hour delay at the start. And here we are, 11:20 on a Thursday night. Paid attendance 35,015. Some have gone, but many remain and hoping to see the walk-off. All one as they go inside again on Andrew McCutchen, and he's not thrilled with it. He's going to take that long walk.
You definitely know what the book that the Reds have on.
Yeah, this has been
on McCutchen
their MO for a few years.
Yeah, they
pound them inside.
Yep.
Another one. Six career walk-offs. He had the solo homer against the Brewers in May 2013. So he's due for another. Over 2 years since his last walk-off. He has good numbers in the runners in scoring position department. Look at that. 438, among the best in the league. He thrives in these moments. In the air to right. We're going to be going extra innings. Pirates strand a couple. Head to the 10th.
Jerky all season long. Jack Link's Beef Jerky. Feed your wild side.
All kinds of flavors.
Yeah,
no moth flavors.
We get Jack Link's on the airplane now. That's good stuff.
Yep. Well, 9 innings was enough.
Long night. They got the delayed start. That'll be me at some point tonight. Knocked out.
Andrew McCutchen flies out to end at the bottom of the ninth, and now Vance Worley. Vance Worley relieved Charlie Morton on Sunday and pitched 4 1/3 innings against the Nationals. 2 hits, a walk, 5 strikeouts, no runs.
One of the tougher jobs in that bullpen is to be that long guy. You don't ever get yourself into any kind of a rhythm. You might go a week without that phone ringing and hearing your name called. And then you might pitch two days in a row, and one of them's a 4-inning stint.
Pinch hitting role for Bruce. Jay Bruce homered on Tuesday against Archimedes Caminero. .133 lifetime against Worley. Three and one. This is Worley's first outing of the season against the Reds. Billy Hamilton on deck. Bruce 2 out of 5 last night at a first inning RBI double. He has 4 hits in the series, including that home run. Caught looking.
Yeah, definitely.
Thank you very much.
Got a call on that one. Bruce's credit, didn't really say much.
No.
Turned around and walked back. But that was a pitcher's pitch.
Strike one on Billy Hamilton. A.J. Burnett went 6 innings tonight. Gave up 2 runs, 1 earned on 8 hits. Was in line to get the win, but 2-run homer by Frazier in the 7th. Burnett helped his own cause, a 2-run single in the 2nd that gave the Pirates a 3-2 lead. And a pop up towards shallow left, long run, drops fair. And Polanco nearly airmails it, and a save there by Neil Walker.
Yeah, Neil leaving the bag early and getting up to keep that one from going who knows where. Polanco playing in, still couldn't quite get there. But right when it left Polanco's hand, right about there, you thought that might be trouble.
2-hit night for Hamilton. Hamilton with another stolen base tonight. It was in the 2nd inning. It was his major league leading 36th of the year. He's only been caught 5 times, and he's 12 for 12 this season against the Pirates.
It is amazing that he has 36 steals with a 260 something on base percentage. I mean, just doesn't have that many opportunities to be able to.
There he goes.
Do that.
And they've caught him. He stopped, and now he stumbles. And now Rodriguez runs him back, and they get him.
Greg, I was watching him. Did you see?
I don't know what happened. I don't know. Wow. I mean, that's one guy that should never stop.
They just got a poor jump. Decided to go back.
Bucks will take it.
Worley really quick to the plate.
Wow.
And Hamilton just didn't like his jump, I guess. Now, if he hadn't stumbled, he might have made it back to first. Boy, Phillips has really been falling down these last couple of days after his swings.
A tough play here. Mercer again. Mercer again. What a play. Jordy Mercer playing some D. Still tied at 4. Tired on an excellent play by Jordy Mercer, and the game tied at 4. Here's the caught stealing. Cervelli bends it to Walker, to Rodriguez, and a tag applied by Mercer. And then Mercer, the Allegheny Health Network Supermo.
A fine play by Mercer. Also, Greg, on that first one, good job by Cervelli, not just coming up and throwing right away. The fact that he held it for a moment, he saw what was happening, and that got Hamilton, I think, in a position to where he had to, he basically fell. He didn't, start stumbling. If he just comes up and throws, and Hamilton is able to put the brakes on and head back to first base, he's fast enough. He might be able to make it back. Contreras, Game 7.
Leo Walker faces Contreras, who pitched a scoreless inning on Tuesday, despite giving up a Harrison double and a walk to Pedro Alvarez. Leo Walker's last walk-off opening day last year right here against the Cubs. 2 pitches in the dirt, not close. So this is going to force Ryan Pena to walk about halfway and encourage his pitcher. Contreras at AAA Louisville at a .466 ERA, 19 1/3 innings, 17 walks with 27 strikeouts. A lot of strikeouts, a lot of walks. Gong to follow. And then the pitcher spot, Vance Worley. And leadoff walk. Greg Brown, Bob Walk, Robbie Inspikowski with you. Rain delay at the start. 8 o'clock when the first pitch was thrown. A.J. Burnett not only pitched a good ball game, 1 earned in 6 innings, but delivered that 2-run single. Jordy Mercer had an RBI double in the ball game. Todd Frazier, the game-tying home run in the 7th with a man aboard. We've been tied since. Todd Frazier's home run is 24th of the year. Pirates have had a couple of opportunities. It's the 4th time tonight the leadoff man has reached via the walk. No bunt here from Gong.
Number 2 guy might be down there because of the walk also. Contreras not really coming close with most of his pitches so far.
Another not close. Jeff Pico. It's his first trip to the mound tonight. The Cincinnati pitching coach. Trying to settle Carlos Contreras down. Making his 7th appearance. He came up when Homer Bailey was placed on the disabled list. "17 games last year out of the Reds bullpen. Contreras walked 17 in 19 innings for the Reds. That was the team that Gong played for in the KBO, the Korean baseball organization. Nexen. Homers last year, 117 RBIs and a .356 average for Jung-Ho Gong. Popped up. Votto over, but out of play. Gong was not the cleanup hitter despite all those homers and RBIs. That job belonged to Byung-Ho Park, who hit 52 homers and drove in 124 runs last year. The Pirates obviously scouted both players, but they really liked Gong, what he brought to the table, and they signed him after delivering the posting fee. And right from the Korean baseball organization to the major leagues in the States. It's 3-1. Ripped foul. We talked earlier about exit velocity. Can't imagine anybody has a higher exit velocity than Gong.
You know,
hits the ball as hard as anybody.
You know why he hasn't hit a lot of home runs yet? Is he hits way too many line drives.
Yeah. Stop that.
Yeah. How about a little uppercut? Yeah? Just kidding.
And a bouncer to short. 6-4, but no DP. 1 out. Goes out of the strike zone. Suarez to Phillips.
The one that I mean, that right there with 2 strikes, you might have to expand your strike zone a little bit. But the 2-0 pitch, Contreras, and throwing a strike yet this inning.
Right, you're helping him out.
And then he swung at a borderline pitch down and away for that foul ball. I mean, what if you get that pitch now it's 3-0? How many pitches have actually been in the strike zone this inning so far?
Any?
Well, there were 2 borderline ones that were right on the edge. And that's been it. But the ones that are on the edge, you flip a coin, they can go either way. We've seen that. So unless you have 2 strikes and the guy's wild, maybe wait a little bit.
And it's Worley going to try and bunt the runner. Wants it foul.
I think Worley could hit this guy. What do you think, Rick?
I agree.
I know he knows
he believes he, yeah. He believes he can.
Remember that game where he almost got the 3-inning save?
Mm-hmm.
And I talked to him the next day about, you got pinch hit for you. Almost got the 3-inning save. He goes, yeah, but what I wish I could have hit, though. That's what I wanted to do.
Gets the bunt down, and Votto's going to throw to second and get the out there.
Votto is one aggressive, slick fielding first baseman. He leaves that bag at first so quickly to come in on these bunts. We've seen 2 bunts get the job done, but they've been perfect bunts. This one a little harder. How about putting that throw right on the bag, falling backwards? He is good.
Oh. Nicely done. He can put on a show too. We talk a lot about Brandon Phillips, but Votto.
Look at him now. You see the 2 of them now?
They're going to ask for a review here. Of what? They're saying that he wasn't on the bag? Just to make sure. Looks clearly on the bag there. Or maybe they're reviewing the play at first, which was close, but it looked as though Worley beat it. It was Clint Hurdle that did come out and ask the review, so they're obviously looking at that play at second. Pirates lost a challenge, so after 6th inning, you can't ask for an umpire review. They've done that, and now what? Ted Barrett wants to talk to Hurdle. That was odd. Rather than just signal or confirm.
Well, I think that was one of those umpire reviews.
Yeah.
So they don't say anything.
Why is that?
Because it's in-house.
Really?
Yeah.
Huh.
I don't know. I'm just throwing something out there. Because they definitely didn't tell anybody what happened.
Well, wouldn't it be nice to let the folks know what's going on?
That's an umpire review. Peer review.
But I mean, let the audience know, let the fan base know here at the ballpark, maybe, what's going on?
No, it's peer review. They know what's going on.
That's all that matters.
Yeah.
Huh?
Now, if it's a challenge, now they got to say something. I'm just guessing, Gray. I have no idea. Does that? What other reason?
I have no
could
idea.
There be? So my reason is logical, correct? Come on.
No, that's
Give
not.
me some props.
Not I mean, you might be right, but it doesn't sound very logical to me. You might be right, but that doesn't sound logical. Which means you're probably right. Cervelli thought that maybe he had won the ball game with his line drive into the right center gap with 2 outs in the 8th against J.J. Hoover. Jung Ho Kang at second, but Marlon Byrd got an excellent jump on it and made the play on the track. Line foul. understand they called that the neighborhood play, and they checked in with New York to see if that was challengeable.
I don't feel so bad now not knowing the rule.
Again, I say, with all due respect, why don't they just announce that over the PA what's going on to let the people know here?
Well, would you say we didn't know the rule? We had to call and check? No, you wouldn't say that.
Yeah, let them. You don't have to say it that way. Be more stealthy about it.
That's what you just said.
We're just checking in to see how the folks are doing in New York. And we're going to the 11th as Cervelli pops out.
Jerky all season long. Jack Link's beef jerky. Feed your wild side.
Juicy. Juicy Jack Link's.
No,
beef
jerky
jerky
is a little. It wouldn't be called juicy.
Oh, some of them. Oh, yeah. Some of that. Have you had all the Jack Link's? Some of it is really nice and juicy.
All right, I'll believe you.
Well, still having some fun hanging in there at this late hour. Going to the 11th. Pirates have used A.J. Burnett, Archimedes Caminero, Antonio Bastardo, Tony Watson, Mark Melanson, and now Vance Worley for this 11th inning. Worley, the long man. Now faces Votto, Frazier, and Bird. Bat foul off to the left.
Nice location on the pitch. Look at the target. Watch where the ball goes. Right inside. Bat comes apart. Really tying him up inside a couple of times. It was the same pitch that shattered the bat.
Close.
They swing. Nope.
Aroldis Chapman getting ready.
Just so not see him.
Win it, baby. You go.
Todd Frazier waits on deck. A late decision. Votto to slap it foul.
That,
Too close to take.
Definition of an emergency swing. He hit that out of Cervelli's glove, didn't he?
Yep. Fly ball, shallow left center field, and with Polanco playing very deep, that drops in.
Well, that's the problem when you're playing no doubles. You're going to give up hits like that. But you got to play the odds. And late in a game, you can't let a leadoff hitter start things off with that extra base hit. So you guard the pole line. You saw Sean Rodriguez in the corner of that shot. He was guarding the line, and the outfield's deep. And they'll stay deep now. With go ahead and run it first. Need double play ball.
Wow. That hurts.
Yep. That actually was in the strike zone, Greg. Surprisingly.
That is very surprising. Now they'll intentionally walk Frazier. Face Marlon Byrd. Wild pitch. Moves Votto to second. Byrd in this game has singled twice, lined out to left, struck out and flied out. Byrd has hit into 4 double plays this season. Sixth game back since going on the disabled list. Fractured his right wrist, hit by a Sean O'Sullivan pitch, the Phillies right-hander. Ball one on the veteran. Marlon Byrd. The other way, and a pop-up out of play. One ball, one strike on Byrd. He was traded over from the Phillies in December for a minor league pitcher. Devin Mesoraco will have season-ending hip surgery on Monday. The Reds catcher. 2-2 count. Bird with 29 RBIs on the year. His first season with the Reds. Brian Pena, switch hitting catcher, is on deck. Well, now it's 3-2.
Frazier's getting a really big lead at first base on his secondary lead. Is that pitch going home? It's going to be tough on whoever has to turn a double play. Nobody.
Strikeout, 1 down in the 11th inning.
How far inside is that pitch? Man. Look at that. That ball almost hits him.
My gosh.
This is just really maybe 2 inches from hitting him in the thigh.
Pena has had an infield single in the 3rd inning. A little dribbler that A.J. Burnett hurried to try and throw him out. Reached on a fielder's choice, has hit by a pitch and singled. Just missed. That could have been called a strike. It's 1-1. Cervelli certainly wanted it.
Definitely letting him know about it.
Toward left, Polanco over and out of play.
Polanco had him played right. He was almost right on that line down there. Look how close he was already. For those long legs of his, he's about 8 steps to the warning track at most. Another one down that way.
Pena, .325 hitter from the left side of the plate. Votto single to start the inning. Was wild pitched to second. Frazier was walked intentionally. Bird just struck out. 4 runs and 15 hits for the Reds. 4 runs, 9 hits for the Pirates. That's Worley gonna have to talk things over here with Cervelli. Worley pitched a scoreless 10th. Got the first out, then gave up the hit to Hamilton. Hamilton was caught stealing, and Phillips bounced out to Mercer. Slaps that one out of play. Still 1-2 on Brian Pena. And just about to strike midnight. Ground ball, shortstop. 1. No double play as Rodriguez had to come off the bag. The throw from Walker well off the mark.
Yeah, Frazier getting in there fairly quickly and maybe trying or maybe succeeding in messing up that relay throw.
Otto takes the wide turn. Now here is the pesky Eugenio Suarez with 6 hits in this series. On base 3 times tonight.
Trying to knock in more than he lets in.
Yeah. Welcome to Friday. Line foul. You want to pitch very carefully to Suarez. Ivan De Jesus is on deck. Bounce to the shortstop. Vance Worley works around the hit and the intentional walk. A wild pitch, gets out of it, onto the bottom of the 11th. And some of the best bands in the Bird during Friday Night Rocks on Root Sports. Get tuned into Pittsburgh's music scene as we showcase local artists and tracks throughout every Friday Night Pirates broadcast. Friday Night Rocks later tonight when the Bucks take on the Braves on Root Sports. 4-all to the bottom of the 11th inning. And Brian Price will call on his flame-throwing closer, Aroldis Chapman, who was away on paternity leave. First 2 games of the series.
Think they're using for 2 innings?
Probably.
They have to get 6 outs if they're planning on winning the game. All the Pirates have to do is score 1 time. Game over. Big advantage being at home team once you get an extra innings.
Jordy Mercer, an RBI double down the line and right in the second against Anthony DeSclafani. Got a base hit in the 5th. This is Chapman's 6th game this year against the Pirates. He's allowed 2 hits and 5 innings of work against Pittsburgh. Hit well to center field. Hamilton, however, going back to the warning track and approaching the wall will make the catch. Oh, man.
Well, Mercer certainly is finding the baseball with the head of the bat pretty consistently now. He's been doing that for a couple of days. was able to catch up to it.
Would have been the second home run allowed by Chapman this season. Ball popped up. Shallow center. Hamilton. 2 outs. That'll be up to Josh Harrison. Infield single his last time up. 1 hit tonight in 5 at bats. And Harrison is 2 out of 9 in his career against Aroldis Chapman. There. Chapman, 27-year-old Cuban defector in his final year of the contract with the Reds, and a fly ball that's going to drop in as the Reds also playing no doubles, and a base hit for Harrison.
They're playing no doubles, plus I think ball might have been misread off the bat. Definitely broke back on it to begin with.
You talk about a tough task. A left-handed hitter facing Aroldis Chapman. Drive to center field. Hit pretty well, but again Hamilton is back, approaching the wall. Jordy Mercer and Gregory Polanco send Hamilton back to the wall, still tied. Back to the wall. Talk about what a tough task it is, regardless of who you are. But how about being a left-handed hitter against Aroldis Chapman, 99 miles per hour? And you wonder what Chapman is thinking there when he hears it, when he sees Hamilton going back, and Hamilton able to track it down. Polanco reacts, and the bench thinks maybe. Gregory Polanco on our Allegheny Health Network Supermo frustrated. You can't do much better than that against Aroldis Chapman, as Ivan De Jesus leads off against Vance Worley, goes back to work for a 3rd inning. De Jesus came on as a pinch hitter in the 7th and struck out against Antonio Bastardo, stayed in the game to play left, And he bounced out against Mark Melancon in the 9th. And he lines this ball to left field. And Polanco, it's the big arm down there and makes the catch on the line out to left. 1 down. And now Mike Leake is going to pinch hit for Chapman. Thought Chapman might be able to go a couple of innings. But even though he didn't throw many pitches in the bottom of the 11th, the pitcher Mike Leake, the fine hitting pitcher, grounds this ball to the shortstop. 2 outs. A quick couple outs here in the 12th inning. The line out by DeJesus. And just as quickly, Mike Leake, wasting no time, bounces out. So Pedro Villarreal is going to be the new Reds pitcher going to the bottom of the 12th. And Worley will look to try and get Billy Hamilton. Chapman pitches the scoreless bottom of the 11th, but that was close. And look at this quick. Wow. 1, 2, 3. Nice work by Vance Worley. 4 pitches. Nice work by Bob Walk, too. That was well done.
What happened?
To 1 when A.J. Burnett singled home a pair to give the Pirates a 3-2 lead at the bottom of the 2nd inning. First 2 RBI game of his career. Then in the 6th inning, Francisco Cervelli gives the Pirates an insurance run with a 2-out base hit that scores Andrew McCutchen against the starter Anthony DeSclafani. And then it was Todd Frazier against Archimedes Caminero with a man on in the 7th. A 2-run homer, his 24th of the year, tying the game at 4. We've been tied ever since. A game that didn't get started until 8 o'clock. A rain delay at the start. We're over 4 hours and counting. And once again, a chance to walk it off as Vance Worley. It's a big bear hug from his pitching coach. Vance Worley, 3 scoreless innings of work.
You know that Vance would love to be back in that rotation. Everybody wants to be a starting pitcher. He's been so valuable in that long man role. Every time he comes in a situation where you need somebody to go multiple innings, he does it, and it does great work.
And he's handled himself so well with it too, because we've seen pitchers not handle it with as much class as Vance Worley. Pedro Villarreal facing Andrew McCutchen. Villarreal gave up the McCutchen home run on Tuesday in the 4th inning.
The 7th game also.
McCutchen hit a home run over the left field wall against Villarreal as he had relieved Josh Smith. left center field. Clear the deck. No, it's just short. It's going to be a double for Andrew McCutchen. Looked like it was going to be a walk-off.
It sure did. Look at Jay Hay. Jay Hay thought it was out. Well, we'll take the leadoff double. Look at Cutchen. Let's say, how did that not get out of here? High fastball, and he just blasted it.
Toward the notch. And reaching out. And this is how close. About halfway up. The W.B. Mason sign. Jay Hay.
Jay Hay, he was ready to get out by home plate. I was waiting at home plate.
Well, McCutchen sees it's not a home run. You got to be kidding me.
Yep. Oh man, how did that ball not get out of here? You know what, Greg? I think that even though he hit it really hard, there had to be a little bit of top spin on that ball for it not to carry.
Well, I also pretty incredible that the Mercer and Polanco, but high 90s heat from Chapman, that those balls didn't travel farther than the wall.
Really damp, heavy air tonight, that's for sure. And that one even had that good sound.
Yeah. Jung Ho Kang, have to figure he'll be asked to bunt. But you wonder how many times in his career. Well, he's such a good ball player. It wouldn't surprise us, would it, if he was mechanically sound in the bunt department?
Oh, if he was asked to bunt, he laid down a perfect one.
Didn't bunt at all last year.
Well, yeah.
Two sacrifice bunts 2 years ago. But he's done it over his career. He's still shaking his head. And we thought it was gone too. Not bunting. Jose Tabata out on deck to bat for Worley. So Clint Hurdle decides to let Kang swing away. He has 2 hits in 5 at bats. Well, Brian Price let Marlon Byrd swing away in the 11th with 2 on and nobody out. What in the world is Walker doing? Double play, 2 outs.
Well, we need a clutch 2-out single now. They just took off running. Simple as that. I mean, ideally, they tell you, okay, freeze on a line drive, but in Walker's mind, he must have thought that there was no way that ball could be caught.
But his run obviously is meaningless, right?
Well, he doesn't want to get forced out at second base.
Jose Tabata now pinch hitting with a runner at second.
I mean, he wants to get to the next base, but you got to freeze on the line drive. That's the last thing the base coaches always tell you. How many outs there are? Freeze on the line drive.
Well, the Pirates a golden opportunity. First with the McCutchen drive,
but it wasn't like a stutter step. I mean, he definitely took off quite a bit. I mean, watch how far he ran. He probably ran 4 or 5 steps.
So in his mind, he's thinking he can't be forced at second if the base hit to right field. Yeah.
Well, if the ball. I mean, you're doing, even though it's a meaningless run, obviously,
right?
But you have to get to the next base, and then see what happens depending on what Kutch is doing. I mean, what if Kutch gets thrown out at the plate? You want to maybe be at third,
right?
But that still doesn't change the fact that he needs to freeze on the line drive.
Top of the bats for Worley. Oh, close to going. So from first and second, nobody out, to a runner at second and 2 outs. Three and 2. Cervelli would be next. And Tabata reaches. So it is Cervelli. Reached on an error in the second and scored. He's bounced into a double play, singled in that run we showed you in the 6th. Line to the warning track in right center in the 8th inning and popped up in the 10th.
Watch where the red middle infielders go with McCutcheon at second base. This is a scenario that I was talking about before.
Right.
Where there's no reason to worry. You get one of the fastest guys in the league at second base, but it doesn't matter. You don't worry about him.
Right.
The guy at the plate, so you got to worry about middle infielders are out on the grass.
With no concern whatsoever about McCutcheon. Yeah.
The only concern is that Cervelli doesn't get a hit and win the game.
Now let me ask you this, Bob. Then, therefore, because they don't, should McCutcheon, does it matter if he takes off and goes to third? Does it matter?
As long as he's safe, no. I mean, they could score an error, scoring a wild pitch. But I mean, they're paying no attention to him. They're long ways. They are worried about playing defense. That's it.
2-1. Bounce to third, Frazier, and on to the 13th.
How crazy was that inning?
Andrew McCutchen, not the only one that thought it was gone. We did. Thought it was the game winner. He's still wondering.
I mean, think about that inning. I mean, there was a bullet off the top of the wall, and then another line drive in the infield. Another bullet.
Two walks in the inning.
Couple of walks. He's still talking about it out there with Jay. I don't know. I can't believe that's all about the ball he hit.
Here's Rob Scahill.
They say Rob's numbers. Doing a great job this year. Still has that ERA under 2.
Brandon Phillips.
Seems like Phillips has had about 12 at bats tonight.
Close.
Hit every other inning.
Yeah, it seems like it. Phillips with a pair of hits. Now, these Reds are going to New York after the game. They play.
Should get there
the
about
Mets.
sunrise. They'll be there in time for have a breakfast at the Big Apple.
I wonder if Johnny Cueto's on his way. They're there.
In the old days, that was done all the time. Pitchers would always fly ahead.
Cueto scheduled to go tomorrow night against Noah Syndergaard.
I don't think they do that very often anymore. Anybody does. You're always sent home before a game. If it was a day game.
Drive to left. And Brandon Phillips is going to give the Reds the lead. In the top of the 13th, he crushes his 4th home run of the season. Brandon Phillips gives the Reds a 5-4 lead.
Just belt high inside fastball, inside corner, and he turned on it and knew it was gone. You could tell by his reaction before he even dropped the bat.
Over toward Andrew McCutchen.
Give him a little tip of the hat.
Now, what would that be for, that little tip of the helmet?
I don't know. They've probably been talking out there last inning quite a bit.
No doubter.
Yep. It's not over. Pirates still get the hit.
Votto going to bunt for a hit, or try to anyway. Scahill, nicely done. Joey Votto on the wide open side on the left side, but not able to get it past the pitcher.
Yeah, you got to do that. That's probably the main thing. If you're going to take that base hit when they're giving it to you, is the only thing that can go wrong is you let the pitcher throw you out. And that's what he did.
Shallow center field. Drops in. Frazier singles to center. Brings up Marlon Byrd. 17 hits now for the Reds. They had a dozen last night. 14 hits on Tuesday. Cueto is still here. Ball in the air to left. Polanco for the second out. And it brings up Brian Pena. Reds are 3-5 in extra innings this season. The Pirates 2-6. Remember, the Cardinals were winners, and so the Pirates, unless they rally, are going to fall 8 back. Cubs lost, so they fall 8.5 behind. And the Reds, having won 6 of the 8 games played against the Pirates this season, and going back to last year, winning 8 of the last 10.
We're gonna get much better against the division teams, especially these Reds, obviously, and I guess more important than anybody else, the Cardinals, the second half of the season. We'll get to the halfway mark, 10 more games. But this one's not over. They're going to hit. And there's
had him waiting there.
There's no Chapman out there right now. He was really walking off there, wasn't he?
Pena a couple hits and has been hit by a pitch in this game. He's bounced into 3 fielders' choices, and that last time in the 11th inning bounced to the shortstop Jordy Mercer. Runner goes, throw down and out. Stealing to end the 13th, but Brandon Phillips has given the Reds a 5-4 lead. Pirates going to the bottom of the 13th inning. A game that started after an hour-long rain delay, about 8 o'clock. Brandon Phillips, a no doubt home run, his 4th of the year off Rob Scahill. Now Pedro Villarreal looking for his first big league win. He faces Jordy Mercer. Villarreal from Edinburgh, Texas, was a 7th round pick of the Reds in 2008. Two on Mercer. Center Aroldis Chapman back to the wall in the 11th. 2 hits and 5 at bats, including an RBI double in the 2nd. And toward right, Marlon Byrd. 1 out. Sean Rodriguez came on as a defensive replacement in the top of the 7th, so he's been to the plate 3 times. A ground out, a sacrifice bunt, and a fly out to center.
That guy's going to have to try and at least get 2 strikes, pick something out you can really drive. We're running out of outs, need an extra base hit now. And unless you fall behind in the count, try to get something up. You hit hard to the outfield.
Strike and a check swing. Villarreal worked around all that traffic in the bottom of the 12th. It's hit hard but foul. So he's out in front 1-2. Villarreal, parts of the last 4 seasons up and down with the big league club and AAA Louisville. In search of his first major league win. Two down.
Is that the guy that
I don't think so. I don't think so. He left.
Gave up on his team.
It's the first strikeout by a Pirate batter since the 4th inning. Seventh pitcher to work tonight. Toward right field, and the Reds come to town and win 2 of 3 in a major disappointment for this Pirates club that had won 8 straight, but now back-to-back series losses and losing 5 of 6 in this one. They felt like they had in the bag a couple of times. But Brandon Phillips hits the home run and the game winner as Pedro Villarreal picks up his first big league win.
Yeah, I agree with you, Greg. This one is a little disappointing for sure. And, especially with the way it looked like you had the game a couple of times. First time with AJ out there doing such a good job both with the bat and pitching. And you always, when you get into extra innings like this, you feel like you have the advantage. You're the home team. But extra innings have not been kind to the Pirates.
That's for sure. Well, let's send it out to Paul and Teague.
Thank you very much, Brownie. And yes, a very disappointing outcome for the Pirates as they drop it 5-4 in 13. And Teague, obviously, not only did we think Kutch had hit it out as a walk-off, but you have a leadoff double. You strand that. Kind of a wasted effort in a lot of ways.
Well, yeah, this is kind of one of those good news, bad news games, Paul. I mean, the good news is the Pirates were given opportunities by the Reds, and they did a very nice job of cashing in on those, including A.J. Burnett coming up with that, 2-run base hit after 2 outs in the mistake by the Reds. But on the other side of it, they really weren't able to do a whole lot more offensively during the whole game. 3 of the 4 runs that the Pirates scored tonight were credited as unearned runs against the Cincinnati Reds pitching staff. So, there were opportunities there all through the game to be able to find a way to add on more runs. The Pirates just weren't able to do it. And, you just can't ask your pitching staff to keep putting up zeros forever and ever. You used almost everybody in the bullpen.
Yeah, good effort. Obviously, Vance Worley, very impressive tonight. As we promised during the course of the broadcast, Miller Time. It is brought to you by Miller Lite. And unfortunately, here it is. It is this bomb right here by Brandon Phillips, and that was a no doubt about her. That was gone coming out of Scahill. Turns out to be the game winner, as it is the Reds taking 2 out of 3, winning the rubber game. Took a lot of extra effort as the Pirates come up on the short end 5-4 in 13. Teague and I just getting warmed up. We're going to bring you the entire post-game reaction to this one. A disappointing setback for the Bucks as they come up on the short end by the final score of 5-4. Brandon Phillips, the hero, with the game winner. A lot of good efforts by the Pirates, but it comes up for naught as the Reds win it by the score of 5-4. Pirates post-game straight ahead.